Oh yes, legends, how's everybody doing? Make sure to just smash up that like button on your way in. Let's analyze the situation here for the price of Bitcoin coming into some resistance, but we do have the news right now in less than 1 minute, guys. Well, let's crack on right away with the different scenarios on the higher time frame. We're going to get some volatility right now in the next coming minutes, guys. Let's go. Let's say hello to the beautiful community right away and see what is going on, guys. We've got that news right now coming out in the next minute. Okay, we do have inflation rate coming out. We're going to see some potential volatility. We're getting this spike to the upside here on Bitcoin, on the S&P 500. It is moving up. It wants to have that move to the upside as we are speaking right now. Let's go. Let's go. It is looking like it wants to get some pumpy action. We got a lot of resistance. We are at a risk zone at the moment, guys. Okay, we are at a risk zone. We are at a risk zone at the moment because the price could slice through the inefficiency. This is the risk that we have when we have this. Okay, and with the news event, it looks like it wants to pump. It is pumping, guys. It is pumping throughout this zone, breaking a daily level that we have in this chart. Yeah, this is the risk zone, guys. The risk zone, of course, for any shorts, any longs, you know, obviously long in here at the highs where there is resistance, when we do have volatility today. It's difficult moment at this point with the inflation rate coming out, S&P getting a bit of a pump. We want to be a little bit cautious. Let's go right away through the comment section. Say hello to the beautiful community. I'm in no rush here for anything, at least for me on my side. Okay, let me know if you can see me, if you can hear me. I'm having some technical issues at the moment, but should be live. Popping out here. Let me know if you can hear the music, guys. A little bit of background music. Very difficult zone at the moment with the price of Bitcoin. We've got a fair value gap. Price here just sliced to the upside and straight back down yesterday. And this is a difficult area. Eventually, price could follow through. It is trying now with the news coming out, CPI data coming out here at 2.7. Wow, 2.7, lower than expected. Data is good, guys. Inflation is down. Inflation data is down. Markets are getting a bullish reaction based on that news. And Bitcoin is trying to pump out here. We'll be discussing a little bit of the technical analysis here in this range. I was interested in shorts in this zone, I'm not going to lie. However, we had a timing problem here, which is I was letting know the people in the pro community. This momentum to the upside looks separate from this movement to the downside. If we were figuring out yesterday for this to be a three-wave structure in a correction with this drop claiming this low, it would have been interesting today to look at this as a corrective move. However, it was taking too long. It was taking too long, and this means that this could be an individual wave, not part of this one right over here. Okay, where you have the zigzag. If that is the case, you want an impulse, correction, continuation down. However, this was extending in time a lot compared to this wave, which means that what we're looking at here potentially is something different. Eventually could be a stacked multiple 1-2s where you can break out in a wave 3, which, you know, obviously has that potential just because it's taken too long. Okay, we can give that explanation as well as we do the analysis today here. Okay, let me know if the music is too loud and if everything is okay. Let's go quickly through the comment section right away. Okay, I just came back, had to set up this quickly with the news event. I've got a few things ready on the higher time frame. Let's go right away and say hello to the community. Okay, let's say hello to the people here in the comment section, and we will be diving in through the technical analysis, guys. We'll be looking at the different scenarios, different levels, okay, on the chart for mainly Bitcoin. Okay. Currently in no trade setup. Let's see if we can find a trade setup, okay, throughout the stream. But I would label this as, obviously it's a little bit bullish. We are above the levels of resistance that we had today, which is the previous day value area high, daily level. Okay, we got weekly, previous week close as well. Previous week low and close, which is coming into this zone where we are actually getting a bit of resistance at the moment. But this is an area where I would be very, very cautious for shorts. Very, very cautious, right? Because we don't have much resistance. We only can rely on the golden pocket from the high to the low, which is basically what has been hit. Very, very snipey short to try and catch a rejection. But this is literally a zone which actually is pretty dangerous for anybody that wants to short any movement down here. In my opinion, just because we have this fair value gap, right? Where the price action has got a pump and dump here. You want to be a little bit cautious as you break through it. Unless you shorted the golden pocket. You know, with the news volatility, it's a little bit noisy. We have to say a little bit noisy. Let's go through comment section. Say hello to the legends, okay? Let's say hello to the legends. Hey, Andy, what a drop yesterday. Hope you are well. Absolutely, yeah. We got a big drop hitting major resistance yesterday, which was, we had a lot here. Previous week open, the point of control of this range. A bit of a snipey, aggressive short position on the 1 minute time frame. It was slowing down ever so slightly here at the 90K region. Okay. But, yeah, you know, it was a quick sniper short, I have to say. Wasn't one of the easiest to get into. Let's go right away through the comment section. No scalp. Hello, Andy. No scalp trade today. Well, we got New York Open in the next hour. We're going to talk about some levels. Let's see how the price develops. There's some interesting scenarios. Easy short, to be honest. Nuke on New York Open. Very possible. It is a possibility, right? We're getting the pump because of low inflation. Can't hear any music. Can you hear any music here in the background? Let me know. We need that background music, legends. It's very, very importante. Let me know if you can hear it. Anyway, let's continue through the comment section and then we'll dive in straight into the analysis, okay? We'll dive in and break down here a little bit what's going on. CMRP here saying that this is an easy short in his opinion. New York Open and then Nuke. It's, you know, we are very much aware of these fair value gaps, right? And the problem here, I really liked the idea, okay? I really liked the idea of this being an ABC. We need to zoom in on the higher time frame because there is a triangle scenario on the higher time frame, which, you know, I have to say I'm not a fan of, but it's very much a possibility, okay? It's very much a possibility that we could form we formed a triangle here, literally. I did see, is it Jones in the pro community was talking about this, something that I was not too aware about, but I have to give a bit of credit on the possibility of this happening, which eventually you have your wave W, you have an A, B, C, D, and E right there. Just because you have 3 higher lows and you have lower highs, you have a running triangle situation. I have to say, it's a possibility. Sorry, it's a regular triangle. It's a possibility where this is your wave W, the triangle is your wave X, and then you pop out eventually on that zigzag to form your wave Y to get above $95,000. This would be the only way for all of this, which, you know, looks incredibly corrective because it's been a 3-wave up and then a sharp move down. And eventually the move up looks corrective. So getting an impulsive move from this structure, which is a 3-wave structure, is, you know, literally not possible. The only way that the price could pop out from this region is actually because of the triangle. Okay, it's actually because of the triangle. Let me know if you can hear some music in the background. I'm testing some new music here. if it's too loud or if it's too low or you can't hear it. So I'll go through the comment section right away, but I have to say that, you know, I just saw in the pro community, Joan, which is very, very good here with Elliott Wave theory as well, talking about this possible scenario, A, B, C, D, E. It is a running triangle in your wave X, and that's the only way you could literally see this as the low. Only way how you could see this as the low, because yesterday's pump from Monday to Tuesday and Wednesday was clearly a three-wave move to the upside. Okay, so the bulls locally have a chance to take out $95,000. However, man, this has been a very, very choppy, disturbing range. Some people were saying it's too easy to believe that this is a bear flag on the higher time frame and it's going to break to the downside, right? Because this is the classic scenario. I would have preferred an impulse eventually here, get a five-wave move, then a corrective move down. Then obviously longs would have been easier to get in eventually. But I have to give credit to Jones, because I just saw that about an hour ago on the pro community, just pointed that out on the higher time frame. And that would be the way eventually for the price to see this as the local low and have a possibility to hit above $95,000 and obviously higher in the next couple of weeks. The triangle is not great. You know, the fact that this move was very disturbing yesterday, obviously with the news, we got good news right now. That might be enough to actually continue the momentum to the upside. We do have some liquidity here. Eventually above 90K, liquidity is stacked up there. There is liquidity to the downside also. So, I mean, liquidity doesn't mean anything right now, because we got lots of liquidity above 90K and lots of liquidity below 85K. So, yeah, sometimes you need to adapt. This is the thing. You need to adapt to the conditions. And this price action was incredibly disturbing, because what you would want to see throughout the drop yesterday, if this is an impulsive move to the downside, where you have a three-wave, and this confirms that this is a three-wave corrective structure, you would want to believe eventually, right, with what you got in front of your eyes, that there's no impulse here, right? This is a three-wave corrective structure. But with that theory about the triangle, it's like the only way that this could be the low eventually. Okay, you do have a higher low. You do have lower high with the wick of yesterday. You do have a valid count on a five-wave move, which is A, B, C, D, and E right there. And that gives the possibility of this being a W, your wave X in a triangle, and then your wave Y, which eventually, you know, ends up breaking above 95K with the potential of going to even, you know, 100K plus in the next coming weeks. So I have to say this is eventually one possibility. This move is going to be very, very interesting as it does develop. I want to explain a little bit how I want to see this movement getting developed eventually throughout the next coming hours, to actually confirm if it is going to be an impulsive move to the upside, which is going to be very, very interesting eventually, to obviously, you know, see how we move to the downside later on. So that's something interesting. It has the potential. It's the only way of claiming this pivot as the low, okay, of the range. It's the only way, having that triangle in this area as your wave X. Anyway, let's go through the comment section now. Yes. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Let me know if you can hear the music. Some people are saying that music cannot hear the music. Should be able to hear something. Dump incoming, says one Vameri Castillo. Dump, welcome, my man. Staffer One, much love to you, brother. Staffer One here, giving much love and support as always. Staffer, the absolute legend, is here. and he's been giving a lot of love and support. Okay, shout out to you, Staffer1 here in the comment section. Let's go through the rest of the comments that people that are joining in right now. This triangle will have low probability, no, because with how small the second one too compared to this potential WXY. Oh, hang on a second. LTC pumping, gold, bro. Gold is pumping. S&P 500 is pumping. What's the matter with gold? Gold pumping. We can't have all of the charts here eventually all at one. Gold is getting a little bit of a pump as well. S&P 500, most importantly, pumping with the news as well. The biggest stock market in the world. Getting a nice rally here with the lower inflation, guys. Inflation is lower than expected. Forecast was 3%, 2.7, baby. Interesting. Bullish reaction here on most of the assets, basically, with that good news. Dump is coming. We got here from someone in the comment section. Dump is coming, guys. What do you think? Is there a dump coming here? This is literally a zone that, you know, we don't have much resistance, unfortunately. We've seen what's happened with the price action throughout the last few days. We got the dump of Monday, and you can see how this zone is a clear zone. It's a clear area, right? There's not much going on. The price doesn't have the resistance. The fact that this bounce that we got today, I mean, I would have preferred a little bit of a more aggressive move to the upside, getting quick into the resistance, back testing all of this zone. However, when you have this move so fast, guys, you know, you can't have your correction being 4 or 5 times longer and expect to move down. That is something very important to take into consideration when you analyze Elliott Wave theory and you're analyzing the probabilities of rolling over. The fact that we were slowly forming bullish structure in this range gives the potential of multiple 1-2s, because the timing compared to this wave is over 4 times longer, almost 5 times longer at this point. And that decreases. The timing is very, very important when you want to consider the waves, right? You got from this low to this high. You got this rally to the upside, then this correction, and then this rally. So this correction right over here, you want to see it, you know, cross the 382 Fibonacci time. Maybe the 1-to-1, maybe the 2-to-1. It can be twice the length. This one was 0.61%. Okay, that's all good. As long as you cross the 382 Fibonacci, that's all great. You can be 2 times longer. That's okay. Twice the length is also very valid to then get the rally. Even 3 times longer is acceptable. When you start being 4 or 5 times longer than the wave, if you have a 3-wave structure, the movement down, you want to see this bounce to be the same size, twice the length maybe. That's all in the range, in the normal range. 3 times longer, you're stretching it, but it's still okay. Once the bounce, okay, and this is an individual 3-wave. We understand that this is a 3-wave structure because you had an aggressive move down to claim the lows. So automatically, you know, you believe in, okay, well, this is not looking great for the bulls, right? It's not looking too great for the bulls. The probabilities will likely, you know, is higher to take out these lows. That's your natural, you know, reaction based on the information that you have. But with the information that we had today, it is super important that if we are labeling this movement down as a potential wave 1, okay, what you want to understand is that your wave 2 or wave B in this case, to get a zigzag down or a 1, 2, 3, right? Doesn't really matter. It needs to be similar in time from the movement down, or twice or 3 times the length of timing of this movement down. When we get Fibonacci time from this movement to the downside, that's when the probabilities start going against this being part of this wave as a correction. This was already extending to over 4 times the length when we were coming to the resistance zones, which was the daily, okay, the previous day value area high. Interesting area. I was actually interested till about an hour ago, which I was like, it's not looking good. We're building up here momentum. It's taking 4 times the length of this movement down. This could actually be a multiple 1-2 stacking up and break out in a third wave. And then obviously, you're stacking here your 4-5s at some point, which will naturally turn this into an impulsive move. In this area, as explained, I mean, unless you're jumping on in a long position, because with this scenario, if you have stacked multiple 1-2s, and this is an individual wave from this one, right? Because of the timing, you could be like interested in jumping into a long position with the stop loss beneath the last higher low if this is going to be stacked multiple 1-2s. So kind of jumping a little bit rushed into a long position here, purely based on the timing that this has lower probability to be part of this wave based on the timing. You could literally attempt the long position here, right? Before you get the pop out in the wave 3, right? Which is currently what's happened at the moment. I would label this as the wave 3, and I would label the movement here to the upside as the exhaustion moment, which is going to be very interesting because eventually we do have some interesting levels above the highs, and that's where I want to speculate on a short position, right? Short positions I want to take above 90.3k, because inevitably that's where there's going to be a lot of stop losses stacked up here, based on the drop here yesterday. You got this movement that might look corrective. The general idea today was this to be corrective, but when you just take too long here coming into the news, if you get the news being bullish, then up we go, right? Up we go, which is what's happening right now. So the new information that we get is absolutely crucial. New information is crucial because I was the first one to believe that this 3-wave structure, claim this higher low. All right, this is looking bearish. I want to see this, and then I want to see this. But I don't want to see this. This is like bad. This is bad. This could be bullish structure building up to break in a third wave and then grind back up here to the upside, claim these highs, as a possibility here, okay? And looking for a possible impulse. Okay. Other scenario, because the price did come down, without a doubt, there's going to be, for me, there's going to be a short position to be taken. All right. Eventually, there is going to be a short position to be taken. This is no zone to FOMO into a long at this point, and shorts are going to be looking more interesting, despite the price being bullish in the next coming days or weeks, or actually being bearish and rolling back down, because there is that scenario of the price being bearish. And let me know, guys. Santa got a Bitcoin bag. Santa rally coming. New York isn't open yet. No, we've got 40 minutes for New York open. Okay, smash up the like button. Smash it up, legends, on your way in. Don't top long anybody. It's low volume. Andy, my brother, what's up, man? And Baby Genius, much love. 3, 2, 1, dump. I guess that is because of a dump, right? Andre, 3, 2, 1. And look at him with his cool sunglasses. Similar to ones that I have here. Like a boss, my man. Andre. I like your style. Keep it 80s style. Let's go right away. Juicy liquidity at 90.5k, legends. Maybe tap it and dump. This is one of the scenarios that we're going to be looking at, okay? Let's see if we do get a little bit of continuation to the upside. That would be the ideal scenario. Okay, get a bit of more momentum to the upside here. Let me just double check here. We need to go into the 15-minute time frame. 15-minute time frame, zoom in and talk about this scenario, this beauty scenario. Would be a very, very difficult. If we do reject from here, guys, I have to say we don't have much levels. Not even hit, 7-8 Fibonacci. It's just we don't have much resistance. We can see what happened in this range throughout the last few days, right? Pump and dump. Price action right now is slicing through. I would prefer to actually sweep up the highs of yesterday. This is the liquidity pocket. That is the zone that I'm interested for the price to reach, regardless if it's going to manage to get that extra pump of $1,000. Because that would be my level of interest eventually, right? Liquidity grab at that zone, and with the speculation that eventually you're looking for that multiple 1-2s, wave 3, right? And then that slow down here into this area, right? Price action going from vertical to slightly vertical horizontal, right? And that's the moment that you understand that this is the liquidity pocket. That's where you're looking for the choppy highs, a couple of wicks maybe to the upside, and then the rollover. Want to put a stop loss relatively far away. Well, not too far away, but give it a bit of room if you're looking for the swing trade. Well, that's the zone that I'm interested in, guys. What can I say? At this local moment with the news, pumpy action, S&P pump. Will it just smack back down right now? We know what happens with the news, and right over here in this zone, we just don't have any good resistance because of the fair value gap. We can see what price action has done here. We can see what it's done here. So for me to take a short position, it's in my best interest to remain patient, realizing that this could be a wave 3 and that we could slowly lose momentum here. And that's the moment where a correction has high probability. Once the price starts slowing down here or up here, we don't know where it's going to slow down. So, but price action, this is what I wanted yesterday, and we didn't get it. So we got a pump and dump. We did hit resistance. The good thing that yesterday we did hit a major resistance level. There was just a lot going on here. We had the point of control of the range. We had a weekly level. We had a lot going on here. We obviously swept that liquidity above this lower high right over there and got the rejection legends. So let's go. Comment section. What's going on? News. We got the US Open, New York Open in 30 minutes from now. Let's go. How's the CVD looking? CVD, we've had a little bit of a mixed bullish and bearish CVD divergence. Lots of longs entering here throughout the last few hours throughout the day. There was a bit of a mix here. We did have bullish CVD divergence, especially at the last moment. Lots of shorts entering here on Bybit. Higher lows on price action. Shorts entering on Bybit. Absorption, pop out. Bybit, shorters, right, that were getting into this zone have got punished with this movement. But we were also forming ever so slightly some bearish CVD divergence here. Ultimately, we were forming bullish ones, but there were some bearish ones here throughout this zone as well. But yeah, right now we do have the higher time frame bearish CVD divergence from the spike of yesterday. That's happening throughout all of the exchanges. Okay, so there is lower high on price action, high on CVD, and this is what's going on at the moment. But this is literally a zone where there's not much resistance, unfortunately. And if it does hit that 91K, what new lows are you looking for? Yeah, this is what we're going to explain right away, okay? Staffer one, the legend himself, Bybit, guys, one of the top exchanges since 2018. Check it out. You got incredible bonus there. You have the a 5-minute order block with the 0.88 last level to reject. That's interesting. Let's take a look at that on the 5-minute here. As my man says, okay, you have Patron. Yeah, a little bit of an order block right there where the 0.88 is. Not one of my best levels. I'm going to explain a little bit what I am looking at. Okay. You have much love to you, my man. Thanks for joining the stream. Let's go. Let's go. Legends, legends. 1 hour touched the 200 and rejected again, says S Broken. Damn. We can't say this. Come on. Bitcoin. The fact I'm seeing so many people call dumps makes me feel like the market makers is going to run it up. Yeah, we need to talk about the bullish scenarios. I was interested in a short today. The main scenario today was actually looking for a major zone of resistance, which was a daily. We had a daily level that we did get a small little reaction, but timing was a very big problem here. You know, is this kind of momentum feels more interesting to actually jump into a long. Funny enough, at resistance, right? But this is sometimes what, you know, it's not all about catching the high and catching the low. It's realizing the strength, right? When you are building up like this, this taking so long compared to this move down, this means one thing, that this is probably not, you know, part of that wave. This movement up is probably not part of this wave. Why? It's over 4 times longer. Okay, being twice the length is fine, right? You want a bit of symmetry between the waves. Bang, bang, bang. Look at the beautiful symmetry here from this wave and this wave, right? Very similar timing. You don't want a wave to be 4, 5, 6 times longer than the previous wave, because then it means that it's probably not, okay, hooked to that same wave. This is why new information eventually. So this area would kind of a little bit interesting to jump into a long position, put stop loss beneath, you know, the last higher low, because if it is going to be stacked multiple 1-2s, then eventually, you know, even a stop loss, you know, it's slightly lower here to give the chance. And you might think nobody wants to long here, right? With this movement down, okay, after this 3-wave up, nobody wants to take a long here, right? There's going to be more people looking for shorts. Well, in my case, that was the case throughout today. But when the time extends too much with this bullish structure, you need to start flipping the pancake and saying, yeah, this could be multiple 1-2 setup. So, yeah, up we go. We're getting a little bit of a slowdown right now, which is a good sign. We are taking the highs still again. But the fact that the volume is not too high and that we are slowing down at this moment is good. That's a good sign. Boom, boom, boom. Big breakout. Bang, bang, bang. Roll over. So obviously, as we do have that liquidity above us, which we do have with the data, you know, we want to see that liquidity being fetched above 90.5k, right? It would be the ideal scenario to then roll over. So yeah, so far that's one of the scenarios. Somebody asking me about the short, about where would I want to target the short position. The short position has a few options. Okay. There is the ABC flat. Okay. There is the possibility of this scenario, this one right over here, and forming a flat. That is very, very possible. And then you really break down. Okay, then obviously after taking out $90,500, which is where we have those beautiful lower highs and that liquidity pocket, and then the price nukes throughout the next coming days. I think there's two scenarios here, the two main scenarios. Regardless, what we're looking at here is the price to get exhausted and roll over. There's two options. You have a finished WXY, okay, double zigzag, contracting diagonal right over here in a 5-wave structure to potentially label it as your wave 1. And then you have the 3-wave move up, okay. We would have to label the movement down also as a 3-waver on the 5-minute. Very, very quick. Very, very quick indeed. But because we've hit the 0.9 Fibonacci from this pivot low to the pivot high, this movement down can be already considered as a possible B wave of a flat. This is your A wave in an ABC. Movement down to the 0.9 and now moving up impulsively by the looks of things, which is what you need to see in a C wave of a flat. Most commonly, eventually, you do get above the A wave on a flat. So this is the bearish case scenario. The zone that I would be interested where we are at the moment, I mean, obviously with the news, New York Open now in 25 minutes, it's a zone where I don't want to participate at this moment. Where I want to participate is above $90,500, which was the highs of yesterday. That's where we have a lot of resistance. We have a weekly level, okay, that was not tapped yesterday. Previous 2 weeks, close and open. Very solid level. We still have the point of control in this region of the range of the last 2 weeks. I mean, this is a very strong level. The price to break out from this point, especially if we reach there in the next coming hours, there's going to be low probability of breaking out successfully here, in my opinion, because the big move has already happened today, right? Well, big move. It is a few $1,000s. It's a relatively interesting, good move. If the price were to have any chance, this would have to be an impulse, correction, and then pop out in the next coming days. Because, this movement is already showing its strength in the last few hours, right? The strength is already getting developed. And eventually your wave 3, we would want to label this as your potential wave 3. What happens after wave 3? Well, if you have stacked multiple 1-2s, the most common thing is to get stacked, multiple 4-5s into this region, right? That's the most common thing. And that's what I would like to see. Attempt to break out the weekly. This is exactly like this, right? You got that momentum to the upside, breakout, and then the price is losing momentum. That's where you want to see the loss of momentum. Getting above 90.5K, 90.3K, which is the highs of yesterday. And that's where we still have that liquidity pocket. These lower highs, point of control of the region, which is what we tapped yesterday. And there is a valid ABC flat scenario. There is a valid ABC flat. What would be a bummer here is that this is a running flat. We start chopping right now, which is what we're going to analyze, which we are getting a little bit of choppiness. Prices slow down already, so that's good. That means that the price is, already getting a bit exhausted here. Somebody was saying 3, 2, 1, we're going to dump. 3, 2, 1, and we are dumping. Yeah, so anyway, possibility for this ABC flat. Running flat, regular flat. I want to see a little bit of more choppiness eventually. And then the most bearish case scenario here is that this contracting diagonal is your wave 1. ABC flat. Breakdown in a third wave later on. Taking out 90K plus or without taking out 90K plus if it becomes a running flat. Price is stopping for the moment, and that's already a good sign. That's already a good sign to get a possible reversal. Price action chopping the highs only. So we're going to be discussing that. The bullish case scenario is that triangle, and I need to give here credit to Jerome because that's where I saw it in the Legends Pro community. where we have the triangle, okay, in your wave X. This turns out to be bullish. Regardless, we would be looking for a corrective move down after this leg to the upside. How we would be labeling this movement is like this: a W right there, your wave X in a triangle, and then your wave Y. We're labeling this as your zigzag wave W, your A, B, C, D, lower high of yesterday, and E, higher low, 3 higher lows, 5 waves, A, B, C, D, E, finished wave X. Wave X can be any corrective structure. You have a triangle, and now this being an impulse, right? And then your movement in the next, between today and tomorrow, looking for a corrective choppy price action, and then you break out in the third wave, right? So yeah, it's going to be interesting if we do reject in a very, very channely, overlappy structure. There could be a chance for the bulls eventually, but we're still forming lower highs. We're still, this is a little bit of hopium eventually for the bulls to take out 95k, but it's a very, very valid option. And it's interesting to see the opinion here of the people in the comment section, because we did get someone saying that I do think that the bulls are, it's too easy, right? It's too easy that this is a bear flag and we are going to move to the downside, right? Bear flag, breakdown, we come into the lows, right? That is like the easiest option, right? When you do basic analysis, right? You got the movement down, you got the flag, you're breaking the resistance, and you literally fake out. You looks like you're breaking down, and then you take out the highs, right? And this is where the shorters are going to panic, right, with their entries, like and you actually take them out, right? You wreck them. We always want to have the bullish and bearish case scenario, right? We are neutral. I understand the levels of opportunity, and I understand the bearish and the bullish option, and this is why we need to be very, very cautious with both sides. Never have a very, very favorite side and only be bullish. I'm only bullish. I'm only bullish. I'm only bearish. I'm only bearish. There's no, it's a bear flag. We're only going to go down, right? You need to have both faces eventually of the options, realizing your levels, realizing the new information that is provided. This is must be nuts to go short in bull run. It's bull run again. Purple, much love to you. How about Japan rate cut? It won't affect TA. The Japan rate cut, which is tomorrow, it's we know it's happening, so a lot of people are saying that's already priced in. We already dumped into the rate cuts. The fear already was created, so it's kind of sell the rumor, buy the news kind of thing, right? Instead of the other way around, which is very much a possibility. So price now is getting it did get a little bit of a slowdown here on the 1 minute time frame. It did slow down ever so slightly, getting a bit of choppiness. Currently a pretty aggressive move down. Okay, this is actually interesting. This is actually very, very interesting. This is actually very, very interesting because, if this has to continue bullish momentum, we literally need to bounce at the 50%. If you already cross here, the golden pocket, that means that multiple 1-2s is not the case. You have the golden pocket, which is the invalidation at 87.9k. If you already start crossing 87.9k, then we are looking at all of this to be some kind of a corrective structure with high probability, which on the other side will give a very, very good chance that this is not the lows. And obviously the probabilities change to the downside. Very, very choppy, confusing, new information given. This is not an easy little range, okay, I have to say. Last couple of weeks were much easier to detect many trade setups, guys. Last couple of weeks were absolutely awesome. They were very good. We had some very simple swing failure patterns. Simple swing failure patterns from this zone. Easy to analyze structures. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 coming into the highs. Liquidity grab. SFP right over here. Talked about a lower high very likely to happen here as we were hitting the value area high. The last couple of weeks were easier to detect the movements. Right now, with this local information in the last few days, I have to say it's been a little bit of a tough one, at least for me anyway. Right? Sometimes you're in that. Sometimes you trade in the zone. Also, that one of the latest ones was the lower high here, just after the FOMC meeting. The highest probability was to form a lower high here, which we almost took the high just by like $100. We did not take the high, but the bet, right, was a lower high here is likely, despite having the FOMC meeting, FOMC. And then since we formed this range in the last 3-4 days, it's for me it hasn't been an easy one. It hasn't been an easy one. I've been a little bit frozen here with the decisions. So it hasn't been an easy range, an easy momentum to look for setups here. So anyway, I have to say I'm just remaining a little bit patient. This is a zone that I'm not quite interested at the moment. The interesting zone is sweeping up these highs, which we're not reaching at the moment. The movement up has slowed down on the 1 minute, on the 3 minute. It has chopped here a little bit. If we manage to take out the highs from this point, remember, if we are seeing this as multiple 1-2s, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, right? Just a bullish momentum, bullish market structure, pop out in a possible wave 3. If we manage to bounce here, which we are at the limit, because the new wave starts from this zone. This is the new wave. This is where we want to basically label the wave 3. It needs to bounce from here, which is literally 50% Fibonacci. But we just, golden pocket is your invalidation for the wave 4 when we consider this movement a wave 3. So it's like we want to hold that 50% Fibonacci, does not want to hit the golden pocket. And if we do, say that we do climb up here to take out the highs, that's the moment I'm going to start be interested in shorts. Because then I can already say, okay, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, right? Your 4, 5s. That's the moment that you're interested in the price getting exhausted because your biggest amount of volume came out in here in this zone. So it's a bit more of a swing short. Of course, we're looking at a larger move to the downside. It's not a scalp. It would be more of a day trade to a swing trade. But that's, look no further. Where is your, when you're looking for either an SFP or a liquidity grab, a major lower high is the most interesting zone, right? And, obviously the next one is just above yesterday's highs, above 90.3K. This is like the failure point, right? This is the rejection failure point. But let's go through the comment section, see what the people are saying. We've got a bit of news. So anyway, level of interest, without a doubt for me, is this zone. Will we get up there or not and get a bit of choppiness? We've got New York Open in about 12 minutes from now, guys. So let's see if we do manage. Okay, let's see if we do manage to get that momentum to get above that zone. That's the zone that I would be interested in and looking for a short position. And this short position, the target zones I would have to say that at least get down to the 382 Fibonacci from this pivot low to the pivot high at a bare minimum, right? Depending on where that high is, at a bare minimum, the 382 Fibonacci. Because correcting down here like this to the 236 Fib and then moving higher is a low probability scenario. So sweep the highs and a larger pullback into the 382 50% would be the first TP zone, of course, after sweeping those highs. The general idea here. Obviously with the possibility of forming an ABC flat as well here. ABC flat, right? This ends up being the contracting diagonal. Okay. In a wave one, ABC flat, you sweep up highs, and then, you know, the price does definitely have the possibility of rolling down without a doubt. It's just that liquidity grab, right? Get that liquidity, which is sitting here above 90K, as we can see. That's where the most of the volume is sitting at the moment. So that would be the zone of interest, right? Stop those shorters. And then obviously get the rollover. That's the most interesting area, as we can see. Let's see. I think we will pump on the bear moon. You know what they say, bear moon? I'm doing a live stream in a bit later. Devil, the legend himself. Guys, make sure to subscribe to his channel. He is an absolute legend, okay? He is doing insane technical analysis. The dog's barking, visit. Yes, dogs are always barking. It's time for walkies, but the missus is taking them out. Okay, I told them that I need to go live. There's news. We got a lot to talk about here with the legends. Different scenarios on the higher time frame. But yeah, we're gonna be talking about also longs. Okay, also the longs. I have to say, this is just really pushing it because we have so much potential of rolling over as well. The fact that if we do take out, we're very close, guys, very close in taking out the golden pocket here. If the price does manage to take out the golden pocket, say that we roll over here, right? And then we get the bounce. You know, if we do get this, I will instantly flip bearish, and I will be interested in looking for shorts on the bounce, because I would label this as a zigzag, wave X, and another zigzag here. You know, this has failed to be an impulse if you hit the golden pocket, which is your invalidation of your wave 4. So that's what I would be looking at, right? If you are forming an impulse, and the best example that we do have here is the price action that we do have from, yeah, I mean, this would be the clearest one at the moment. If you have multiple 1-2s stacking up here, or an impulse, and then your wave 2, your wave 3, you do not want your correction, you do not want your wave 4, okay, to go down to the golden pocket. That's literally your invalidation. You want a shallow correction. 382, 50% is valid, but not the golden pocket 618. That's the invalidation already for your wave 4. So in this case, right, you got the big move up, and then the rest of the movement up taking out the highs, and that's the zone of interest. Choppiness, you're likely not going to succeed to go to higher levels because the biggest move happened already here, and getting a large big move here is literally low probability. Okay, so yeah, it's a little bit here what we're looking at here. So with this explanation, eventually if we do go down on the local price action, if this is stacked multiple 1-2s, and this is the high volume breakout in a wave 3, your correction cannot go below the golden pocket. because if it does, you're invalidating that wave 4, and that automatically turns this movement to the upside into some kind of a 3-wave corrective structure. And of course you might think, well, where can I figure that out? Well, you know, obviously you would have to go with this zigzag up, sideways, your wave X. So this would have to be your wave W, this have to be your wave X, and this is your zigzag, sharp zigzag to finish your Y wave. That's only if you cross the golden pocket, right, from this low to this high. As you get that movement, it is in our best interest, of course, to spot a 5-wave move to the downside here. Okay? And that's where the bounce, if you two can detect that 5-wave down, right, crossing the golden pocket, maybe even sweeping these higher lows, then the bounce is the one that's going to be looking very, very interesting to take the short, because the probabilities will increase that you're likely going to, you know, move down in that 3rd wave. So this is the wave that looks interesting to get into once that information is given. Okay, so that's a little bit of the idea here. To literally confirm a short trade and getting into longs at this moment, it's like, yeah, not for me, right? Not for me. Because even though, you know, we are pumping to the upside, right? We've been pumping. The problem is, here there is the risk of a double zigzag, right? Wave X. And there is the possibility of this being 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, right? You're kind of moving to the upside in the next coming days, getting to above 90K. But you know, you should be in the longs already, right? You want to try and long the first structure, the first 1, 2s. When you're trying to long the 4, 5s, it's much better to get ready for shorts, right? It's just, there's 2 options here. You chop around to hit the highs and maybe get to about, you know, above 90K to sweep that liquidity. Or this turns out to be a 3-wave structure. So if you're longing in this zone, you don't have much upside potential left, right? There's not, yeah, taking out the highs would be a target. You know, you could even put a stop loss at golden pocket. That would be kind of a risk tolerance movement here. You know, you can have good risk management. The risk to reward is not that insane. 2 to 1 risk to reward, unless you catch the absolute 50% Fibonacci. You know, your invalidation is the golden pocket. But you need to understand eventually that, you know, is it worth for me, you know, getting into this long position when I realize that this could be a corrective structure, right? This momentum to the upside could literally be a double zigzag. And when you have a wave 3, you're literally looking for 4, 5s and then get the rollover, right? So kind of you feel late into the move, right? Eventually, the levels and Fibonacci, you know, are pretty clear. You know, trying to get in at the lowest level possible with the invalidation, but it's kind of not worth it, especially if you're pumping with the news, right? Let me know if you can hear a little bit of the background music, guys, because I'm just testing out here some different sessions. Thank you for sharing. You're very welcome. Zipblog, much love. 90K is interesting for sure. I hope 90K today with 1.9 million BTC. What's that? 1 million, 1.9 billion BTC. Are you long? Problem is, his stack is already in one wallet. Let's go, Devil. We need to music to pump as well. Can't hear. Man, the music is probably very, very low then. Let me know. Let me know if you can hear. Let me know if you can hear a little bit of music in the background. Music good, Andy. Just a little bit in the background. We don't want to, you know, it's not Friday yet. Devil, my man, much love to you. Devil is a legend. Let's go to 200 likes. Let's see how many likes we do have, guys. Absolute legend. Let's see how many likes we do have. Guys, remember that down below you do have some affiliate links. It's another way to support the channel, okay? I may earn a small commission because of this. Bluffin is one of the greatest exchanges out there, okay? Centralized exchanges. You got a great perks down below, great bonus, okay? You can check it out. $1,000 deposit bonus. Just by depositing $7,000, you're getting $1,000 on top of that, guys, for your trading. And, you know, you have the links down below, okay? It's the first link down below. Anybody that doesn't want to use centralized exchanges and have any middleman, you got Velto, okay? Velto is an awesome decentralized platform, guys. It's the second link, and they have very, very competitive fees, as you can see here. 0% maker fee, 0.02 taker fee. So take advantage of that. Looks like another pump and dump. Says J Steam, do we have another pump and dump on the formation? It is muy posible. Let's smash it. Looks like another pump and dump here from J4Y Steam. Literally, the price needs to bounce from here. The price needs to bounce from here to maintain the bullish structure. This is your invalidation. Looks like it wants to form that wave 4. It wants to. We've got New York Open at the moment. Somebody said that we were going to dump on New York Open. It seems like that the Bulls liked the news. The Bulls liked the news. The market makers did like the news. Somebody was saying in the comment section, not pointing out anyone, but that a dump on New York Open looked like it was going to happen, right? That was the easy option. Pump with the inflation rate, which was lower than expected. So it's very good news. Assets are going up. And then put a dump on New York Open, right? Get the market makers to get that dump. But it seems too good to be true. Too bullish. It's too bullish. Inflation is literally down 0.3% more than expected. Forecast was literally the same, 3%. Man, 0.3% less than expected is quite a bit here. And the markets are reacting green with this news, guys. So it does look like that on Bitcoin. We do want to hit those highs again. It looks like it. Let's build up here. The scenario could have been a little bit of, you know, as mentioned, I'm not a fan of getting into the 4-5s really, unless it's very, very clear. I'm not a fan of getting into the 4-5s. Coming into a major box here on the S&P 500. Let's see. Got my dogs going absolutely crazy. Let's go. Yeah, let's build up the scenarios here for the bullish case. S&P 500 coming into a major zone. Let's take a look at Fibonacci. Golden pocket with that big block here, that big cluster. Bullish case scenario. This zone is already the invalidation for the bullish case for me anyway. When I do consider the possibility of this being a wave 1, wave 2 in a flat, multiple one here. We do have another 1, 2 right there. And this would be your at least a 3 1-2s here. And obviously break through. Yeah, if that is the case, then it needs to hold above golden pocket here. 50% holding by a thread. Probably back testing that daily level. Let's take a look here at the daily. Previous day value area high. Daily level is coming down at lower prices. You don't want the price to come as low. You could always back test the previous day value area high with the daily and get a little bounce. It is possible, but yeah, this box is literally your bullish invalidation. You don't want to hit this box. You could get a reaction bounce. Golden pocket. Golden pocket from this leg up. Back testing the daily and the previous day value area high. It is very, very possible. Yeah, price is coming down now. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yeah, you're coming into the golden pocket. Previous day value area high. You could get a reactionary bounce here. Let's see if I do get the session volume profile loading, just so you can see the previous day value area high. Yeah, that's where the cluster finishes from yesterday's volume. Just tap the daily level. A bit of an aggressive scalp. Bit of an aggressive scalp long entry here, I would say. Muy agresivo. It is resistance without a doubt on the S&P 500 as well. We've got that major block. Let's go through the comment section. Everyone's bearish. Everyone is bearish. Price should pump, says Joe. Absolutely. Absolutely. Everyone is bearish. Price should pump. Well, we are currently back testing that daily. Currently back testing the daily. Daily and previous day value area high. It's also the highest volume candle. Highest volume candle of the day is trying to do its job here. We've got a bit of volume strategy at the moment. Well, we'd already got the volume strategy almost playing out. You got high volume on a candlestick. You got the breakout. You come down. You got the breakout with high volume here. Continuation. And then, you know, back testing the highest amount of volume just for a quick reaction bounce. Yeah, daily level, previous day value area high. Just a gentle tap. Gentle tap. This is like very, very aggressive. Very, very aggressive entry here. But I would say valid for the scalpers, right? Valid for the scalpers. For an aggressive entry here. Would be nice to sweep those higher lows. yeah, right now there's another option. Another option here for a quick tap and go or breakthrough. Sweep these higher lows. It is interesting with the previous day value area high. Let's see if it gets a double reaction or it breaks down. Let's see. I like that zone. I like this zone very, very much. Let's see where the VWAP is. VWAP is still very far away, I'm sure. Yeah, it would be nice that VWAP would be closer into this zone. We got that little resistance. Daily level, previous day value area high. Let's see if we can wick. Let's see if we can wick through it and get the reaction. Unfortunately, VWAP is far away. It would be nice that VWAP would be coming up to this area just beneath these higher lows of today with that daily level. Let's take a look at the CVD divergence. Oh, well, there is some slightly bullish CVDs. Ever so slightly. I've already claimed, yeah, ever so slightly bullish CVDs. Yeah, well, we had them from here. We did have them here, but right now we actually claimed those lows. There were some I mean, we got a quick little reaction bounce here on the higher low. Lower lows on CVD, so we did get some bears coming in on this movement down. Got a quick reaction bounce. But yeah, right now we're literally at beneath these lows. So CVD has to be taken from this pivot, which in the white we do have, which is the other exchanges. There is some bullish CVD divergence here ever so slightly. Bitcoin is getting this consolidation. S&P 500 rejecting from the block. Rejecting after filling up all of this fair value gap. First major resistance for the S&P after getting this momentum to the upside. Fair value gap coming into this block. Getting the rejection at this point. Stock market is rolling. Then want to be cautious with Bitcoin as well eventually. Let's see if we do wick the low without breaking here. It would be nice to get one wick and get a bounce. I would say it's a valid scalp. Valid scalp if we do wick the lows, sweep these lows, attempt to break out the previous day value area high, daily level. I would treat it as a potential, either this is a 3-wave correction or it's a double 1-2. You get a little bounce and then you roll over, or you literally break down in the 3rd wave already here. So yeah, let's see. We could probably take a look at Ethereum as well. What's Ethereum doing? Ethereum literally also, you got this major block. That's where Ethereum is getting all of the resistance currently. That big consolidation that we had between the 16th and the 17th of December. Yeah, it is a shame that the VWAP is so far away. We just ever so slightly tap those lows. Yeah, but S&P 500, yeah. S&P 500 is taking the dump, so it's probably going to drag Bitcoin. So yeah, I want to be cautious here with this reaction. It looks like, yeah, we're breaking out. So it ended up breaking out here to the downside. S&P rolling over. Bitcoin attempting to get back above the daily. Let's see if it ends up with a little bit of a wick for a little bounce. If not, we could definitely label this momentum as, you know, wave 3. Let's go through comment section, see what the people are saying. Let's go. TP 74 to 63k. Interesting. Oh, quick recovery above the daily. Quick recovery for above the daily at the moment, but interesante. Golden Pocket wants to do its job here, but it's struggling. Without a doubt, it's struggling. With so much choppiness here. With so much choppiness. If this is going to be a 3-wave structure correction and you get a bounce, or either a double 1-2 and then roll over, I mean, it is interesting where it is at the moment. It's back testing the daily, back testing the previous day value area high. It really wants to do an effort here. But yeah, it's rolling. No major bullish CVDs. Are there any shorts entering here very aggressively? We did get, yeah, 9 million shorts coming in here on Bybit, so that's interesting. You got some shorts entering the market here into support. We're back testing the daily level. Little bounce at this region. Little bounce at this region. Let's see if it does manage at least to get to the 50% Fibonacci. Golden Pocket. I would class this as an aggressive scalp long. Okay, it is aggressive as you do get back above the daily. Golden Pocket trying to do its job. Today's daily level did get resistance and it already got a back test just today. So the fact that it's getting a double back test at the moment or a fake out doesn't give it much strength. You had the daily resistance today. You broke it out. You back tested it. And now you're coming back down to hit it. You know, literally invalidating as well the bullish case scenario, which is obviously not, it's not pretty. It's not pretty. So I would be skeptical about this bounce being very, very successful at this point. Interesting fact that we are getting some bullish CVD divergence, which is actually pretty good. We are getting a bit of bullish CVD divergence. That's actually, you know, nice to see here very, very locally. You are getting Bybit getting, you know, this yellow line here is Bybit entering a huge amount of short positions. So you know, we can see it on the delta. There's, you know, 9 million short positions just entering here now in the last 30 minutes, especially at the lows. Shorts entering here at the lows. Yeah, stock market not doing a great job. It pumped into the block and now is moving down aggressively. So it's probably going to drag Bitcoin down as well. Bitcoin's probably not going to bounce successfully from that daily as stock market is moving down here. Yeah, we're literally invalidated the multiple 1-2s. S&P with a high volume candle with that consolidation. High volume candles, you know, usually do provide that first initial support. High volume candle here could get that bounce, could get that slight bounce here. Probably hitting VWAP as well. Yeah, VWAP is there. For the moment, front running VWAP. Would be nice to attempt to hit the VWAP. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Andy not analyzing 1 minute chart. Yeah, looking for a short. What you think, guys? Crypto VPOL. Looking for a short position. Somebody here saying in the comment section. We are back testing the daily. This daily level is being back tested. I would not be a fan of looking for a short position here when we have ever so slightly bullish CVDs. This has been a daily level, previous day value area high that got resistance today, and it got support as well. So this is a level of support, as we can see, and it's a speculative intraday, little long, just a little scalp. I wouldn't be a fan of this. Literally, you know, looking for a big move to the upside, which it could eventually, but the fact that we've already come down here to the golden pocket is, it's not nice to see. If we are speculating here on 1 2 1 2 1 2 3, you know, your fourth wave, unless you can fit in here. Yeah, I mean, I don't like this to be a 4 and 5, so it's not looking that great to get massive continuation to the upside here, unfortunately. But this is support, you know, it is at support, it is doing its best. S&P 500 is at support as well, which is that high volume candle that we got just when the news came in. It's testing the high volume candle that we got on the news, which is providing that support, as we can see. Getting a bit of a bounce, getting a bit of a reaction. The S&P 500. Let's go, let's go. Bitcoin doing its best here. Doing its best at the back test of the daily. Guys, anybody that is not aware about this level, it's literally when you go to the daily candlesticks. When we go to the daily, we can see that it was yesterday's open, basically, right? Yesterday's open, previous day close on Tuesday. So the close from Tuesday, the open of Wednesday, and when we get that daily level here, which is with the previous day value area high, it's where the price is back testing at the moment, which naturally does give that instant reaction support. This is literally a scalp trade entry. You know, you're not even looking at take profit zones. I would treat this as an aggressive scalp. Even hitting 382 50% would already be considered as a TP1. Just because there's the probabilities are not looking great for this to be corrective, and you just want to be defensive. If you entered here at the daily level, you got a tiny stop loss. The risk to reward is not that great, I have to say. You know, 382 50% would have to be your TP1 at least, just in case you're forming a 1-2, a 1-2, and then you end up breaking down. Will it be corrective? Well, obviously, if we do hit these highs, it will be looking good to take out these highs. Regardless, it is support. High volume candle. High volume 1 minute candle. Back test of the daily. Previous day value area high. Resistance, support. It was back tested today once. Support. It is an aggressive long, I have to say. It is. S&P 500 bouncing. Wow, nice little bounce on the S&P. Also at the volume candle. Nice little bounce here on the S&P, helping Bitcoin with that bounce. Let's go. I'm just short and open. I just opened a short position now, Daniel. Just entered a short, says Umair. Crypto people, I'm new to trading. Well, make sure to learn, educate yourself, and slowly and consistently. If you overlay the 2021 Wyckoff schematic onto the current macro wave structure and apply the log regression offset, the hidden divergence on the triple stochastic, wow, man, confirms a move to 95k plus is inevitable. What we have interesting as well is the average market path following the last 5 times Bitcoin's RSI broke below 30, okay, actually turned out to be quite bullish. So yeah, this is a little bit of hopium that we do have, RSI on Bitcoin on the daily and on the weekly. You know, this is a bit of wishful thinking, of course, but obviously, who knows, right? Who knows? There is a bullish case scenario. It doesn't look that great, but there is a bullish case scenario for Bitcoin. Not looking the greatest with this movement up, I have to say. Not looking the greatest with this movement up on the 1 minute time frame. 1 minute, 3 minute. It's not a great move up, unfortunately, with this pullback. The fact that this pullback the fact that this pullback has hit the golden pocket from this pivot low to the pivot high. For the moment, I can't wrap my head around here for this to be bullish. Multiple 1-2s, leg up here. You would want to see this correction bounce at the 50% golden pocket, take out the highs, boom, 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 take out the highs, and then get the rollover. The fact that we've moved down here to the golden pocket already is not making it pretty for the bulls, guys. So I'm not counting that this bounce is gonna, literally take us back to the highs, unfortunately. So shorts, double 1-2s or an ABC flat here. Stock market is pumping. It is helping stock market getting that beautiful bounce at the high volume node of the move up that we've had today on today's news. Right, today's news provided that high volume candle. I'm getting a little bit of a bounce. I'm skeptical here about Bitcoin based on the technicals, but the S&P 500 wants to go up. It wants to go up, and it can potentially give a little bit of that momentum for Bitcoin. Let's go right away through the comment section, see what's going on with the legends. Muy interesante. a little bit noisy here for you know, it is a little bit noisy, this price action. I'm eager to want to get into a short, I have to say. So let's see. Let me just double check here. Yeah. Not that interested here with a 112. You would want to like think that you want to get into a short here on a lower high, or the fake out of, you know, or the test of the resistance. I mean, if this would be a wave 1, A, B, C, flat. Flat's always, you know, preferably you take out the highs of the wick, right? You get a kind of a fake out here of the break of the trend. Oh, you know, if you ask me, you know, the level that I would attempt a short entry. S&P 500 coming up to the highs, likely going to test those highs. You know, let's see if we do break them or we form a double top here. Two options eventually, fake out or breakout, depending on the reaction. Obviously, you can get into a short on a double top, but if it breaks, then up we go to higher levels on the stock market. Nice little bounce on the S&P 500. I have to say, this is a valid long position on the stock market. Very, very valid. This is volume strategy. This is a strategy that I learned back in 2017, where the highest volume candle of the first move is very relevant. It's very important, muy importante. If it comes down later on to back test it. I mean, we did test the high of the wick here, but the biggest volume happened here. And as you can see, high volume, this is like 1 minute scalping trading. Once you got a high volume move to the upside, as this one here, and you get continuation up with higher volume, coming down, if you do back test the first volume pump, it usually provides support. As you can see, this red box, which is the wick and the body of the candle. This is why we get the box, because it's the wick and the body of the candle, right? As you can see, it's a volume strategy. It's literally a resistance breakout, flip as support. And if you have high volume on this candlestick, right, on this movement up, lower volume on the correction naturally, and then the breakout of the resistance with also increasing volume, then this correction, you're likely going to get bounced here. Just a resistance support flip if you wish, but the one with the highest amount of volume is the one that's more important, as you can see here on the S&P. And your target is literally to hit the highs, right? In a staircase to the upside, you know, your target is to hit the highs. So, you know, anybody maybe that was watching this, we're just looking at the local price action on the S&P. It was just curious to see it's coming down to the high volume candle zone. Nice little move of, I don't know if it's 0.5% or something. It's nice for a scalp. Yeah, almost 0.5% of a move. That's pretty good in the stock market for a little trade. Andy, it's off topic. Arians, much love to you, my man. What's going on? Devalt, the legend himself. Let's go through this super chat. Staffer One, much love to you, brother. Thank you very much. Long or short, Andy, says Staffer One. Well, we talk about the levels of support and resistance. If you know, there was a back test of the daily, a bit choppy. Testing this, it's nice to take into consideration the stock market, because as the price action was coming to back test the daily level here, just a little bounce, I would treat this as a scalp. You coming, you know, 50% was TP1 here. If you did get into this long position on kind of an SFP of these higher lows as well, SFP of these higher lows just because you have a daily and you have the previous day value area high. It is support, right? You know, I have to say, and I forgot today, guys, you know, this is super important because eventually, you know, apparently I can get into big trouble with this about talking about, you know, positions and stuff that I am doing. Eventually it's what I am doing, guys. And well, eventually it's levels that I, you know, provide on the chart. But this content is only for educational purposes only and is not financial advice, okay? Make sure to understand that. Apparently, you know, I've done a bit of research. Obviously got a strike as well on YouTube a few weeks ago. But apparently, you know, can get into very big trouble here. There's big disclaimers down below in the description as well. Anyway, let's go through that super chat here from my man. Where are you? Where's that super chat? Andy, it's off topic, but would you please take a look at the daily, weekly US dollar tether dominance? Any chance for a market to continue a bull market? Wow, any chance for the market to continue the bull market? Taking a look at the US dollar tether dominance. Let's take a look at that. Why not? Let's take a look at that. Stock market not managing to take those highs, but when you get so close to some highs like this, I would expect them to be hit. Might correct a little bit here in the next coming minutes. Ultimately, I am looking for those highs on the stock market to be hit, and it's either SFP or it's either breakout and, you know, get to the highs, which is the next relevant level, okay, for a, you know, possible rejection. Anyway, the only level that I would be interested in a short position on Bitcoin, man, two main scenarios here. I will go through the US dollar tether dominance, okay? But I would have to say, if this is a wave one, ABC flat or running flat is kind of a fake out of the trend line here. Yeah, I think the highs here would be the most interesting area to consider. These are the highs that I would be considering a possible SFP. It's a very cheeky one, and I like, you know, Bitcoin is cheeky. Bitcoin can be cheeky, very, very cheeky. And I would label this as your possible wave one down if this is not an ABC correction, right, and we go higher. But the only short that I would be interested, trying to speculate on a 1-2 here and then down. Longs daily level back test, that's the level that we were looking for the support. But I would prefer, if Bitcoin's going to play the cheeky game and full loss, to break out here and actually go to higher levels. If there is any chance for a rejection, I would say an SFP from here to form a flat and then move down. And this turns out to be your wave one, flat and two, and then down. And this literally happened. That would be my interesting zone of shorts, okay? Claim those highs. And then to come back down to the lows, literally. Because I would be speculating on a fake out to the upside. Would speculate on a wave one, ABC flat, then back down, okay? Anybody that did get into that long position at the daily, 50% as mentioned, you know, would be the TP1 zone, okay? 50% would be the TP1 zone for anybody that entered into the daily back test. A little bit of a cheeky scalp, but because the S&P 500 was at support, you know, is without a doubt an option to attempt it. Anyway, let's take a look at the dominance here for my man, USDT dominance. Let me just double check a few things. USDT dominance. Somebody asking here, is there any chance for the market to you know, get into the bull run? Let's double check that, okay? Market to continue the bull run. Looking at the US dollar tethered dominance on the weekly, on the higher time frame. Let's check this. Well, I have to say, little cheeky scalp long on Bitcoin at the daily. I would say yes, why not? This actually looks pretty damn interesting. I like this chart on the USDT dominance. I like this chart on the USDT dominance. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't consider value levels on the dominance. Not sure if it's too relevant here. Naturally, I would say sweeping up the highs and rejecting. Major cluster. You're literally coming into the level of support here. You want the dominance to go down eventually. That's when, you know, cryptos would go up in value, right? Bitcoin and rest of the cryptocurrencies if the dominance does go down. But we are literally at, you can see it for yourself, right? Lows, 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 breakdown, resistance, resistance. So there is without a doubt a chance that the, you know, US dollar tether dominance just sweeps up the high and actually then moves to the downside. So absolutely, you know, there is a chance without a doubt. If this breakout is successful from the highs, then what we're looking at here is, you know, literally the bear market to continue for cryptos in general, right? US dollar tether dominance gaining on momentum in this case. But I would give it a chance. I would give it a chance for a lower high, just because you have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This could be a zigzag. You get above this zone and you fail. You know, you're testing the lows of this range. You're testing the point of control. You know, I would give it a possibility here. Anyway, let's go right away through the comment section. Not feeling brave enough here for me. I mean, we just tested the resistance to take that short of the trend line. Not much of a trend line trader myself, but we literally came to, yeah, almost tapped the trend line here. Yeah, we literally tapped the trend line on Bitcoin. Yeah, not much of a, you know, trend line trader. Lower highs. 1, 2, 1, 2. We break down. It is an option eventually. We just hit the golden pocket, if I'm not mistaken. Just golden pocket, trend line. Meh. You know, I haven't got much here to rely on to take the short, and I don't rely on a trend line to take a short here. That's for sure. But just haven't got much information here to take that short. Yeah, it's just kind of getting into this zone of resistance. You did see the price action just a few hours ago, getting resistance. Big wick right there. Is it, you know, is this related to this? Lower high resistance. Yeah, I mean, for me, a golden pocket eventually, if you get that reaction at the golden pocket. Aggressive scalping, if you want to get into a short right there, but for me, it's not, you know, I wouldn't have got into that short myself. Let's go through the comment section. So back test of the daily. Back test of the daily and the previous day value area high with that high volume candle as well that managed to hold the candlestick here with high volume. It's like it's a barrier, right? It's a barrier of money, which it's doing its job here at the daily level and the previous day value area high. Let's go through the comment section right away. Just about to get stopped out here from that daily level. Daily level reaction, get back above, stop at the low. It's just a little move to the upside. You know, I wouldn't really treat this as this being a corrective move, zigzag, and we're going to blast off to the highs. I would really not put too much love into that scenario, just because we have invalidated the bullish count, at least, you know, with my point of view here. For this to get continuation to the upside, you know, with this being a corrective move to then move up, probabilities are not looking too great. Okay. And the main reason why is what I explained at the beginning of the stream, right? If you are labeling this as a build-up of structure, you want the wave 3 to fly. You want it to fly, and you want shallow corrections, right? And you want the choppiness, which becomes the idea to get into more of a swing short. I like to look at swing shorts usually on the stream, or swing longs. I mean, at least some trades, higher time frame levels. For anybody that is watching the stream tomorrow or later tonight and wants to take a look at some levels and some scenarios that we discuss, I usually I'm not too focused on scalping and live trading, even though I think a lot of people appreciate that a little bit more. But on the other side, you need to be in the live stream, right? People that are going to watch the stream, in 2 hours are just not going to be interested on what's happening locally. But we need to do a little bit of a mix. That's what I'm going to work on. Look for intraday little bounces, possible levels of rejection, just like for the next coming minutes, next hour, and obviously taking into consideration the higher time frame analysis for those people that maybe want to watch the stream later on. Looks like a triangle. This looks like a triangle-ish formation. I have to say, not a fan of this triangle. I am not a fan of this triangle. This is pulled back a little bit too much. If this triangle would have formed here, it would have been epic. At the 382 Fibonacci, 50% Fibonacci, this triangle would have been high probability a bullish pennant to take out the highs. But the fact that we are forming this triangle here with a steep pullback, hitting the golden pocket from, it's a very, very steep pullback. So the probabilities are decreasing here. But that's an Elliott Wave point of view scenario. When we take a look at support and resistance scalping scenarios, we are back testing the previous day value area high, and we are back testing the daily that got a reaction as resistance today. And we got the bulls want to defend this level. That's their job at the moment, and obviously we wanted to be part of the defense of this level, right? Daily level, previous day value area high, golden pocket from the little range lows here with the pump high. This is a zone that the bulls want to defend, at least in the short term. Little scalp, only a little move of $600-700, I have to say, not a major, but it is support, right? And then when you consider Elliott Wave theory, for me, the probabilities of moving up from here successfully are actually quite low. So, you know, I understand that I see this as low probability. So if I'm entering a long position at support, which is, you know, it's a daily, it's the previous day value area high, it's, you know, it did act as resistance. You know, you can get into the long without a doubt. You just need to treat it as a scalp. And considering the outcome here of what could happen on the bearish side, if the bullish one does not play out, well, it's looking for multiple 1-2s, and then you break down in a third wave or a flat, right? So this would be your wave 1. This will be your wave 2, wave 1, wave 2, 1, 2, breakdown. Your wave 1, your A, B, C flat, right? Running flat in this case, if this were to be the high. So if I'm longing from here, you know, I literally want to, you know, be defensive. I want to take some quick profits. I'm not liking the idea that we do bounce from here and go to Valhalla and go above 90k. And for shorts, could have got, I mean, yeah, we could have got into a, you know, we want to short the highs and try and long the lows, right? I am a little bit more in favor of the bears, if I'm honest. So yeah, instead of stretching this as the short for the flat, we always need to consider the double 1-2. I would have preferred the cheeky scenario, which comes up to claim that lower high, and then, you know, enter the short here, stop loss. This literally happened last week. This literally happened last week, okay, where we did get that cheeky flat structure. Let's go through that scenario from last week. Hang on a second. I'll go on the exchange here and show it might be easier. We had a cheeky flat, which it was a very, very good short entry, in my opinion. We did talk about this. We talked about claiming the highs and the high probability of forming a lower high in this region. However, we got above the level, was almost taking out the high. But your invalidation was literally the high. So despite that you did not enter, regardless if you entered here or if you entered, you know, maybe slightly higher, it doesn't really matter. You know, your stop loss is here. Manage risk with what you can, right? Depending on your entry, it doesn't matter. But the idea of this was actually rolling over, claiming the lows, right? And even getting a bigger move down here. We actually drew this on the stream when we had the FOMC meeting, saying, guys, I think we're going to likely form a lower high here. We could hit that 7.8, the 0.88 from this movement down. And we did, right? And we did get that breakdown. So I know there was a lot of people getting into this short position, which was absolutely epic. You know, the probabilities, you know, the main reason why this had high probability is because the movement down that we saw here was higher probability impulsive down. 5-wave move to the downside, high volume in the middle. And then what we had here in this region, A, B, C flat, expanding flat, getting above the 1.618 extension, and then roll over. So, I mean, just the main reason why I'm explaining this here is purely because, you know, if I was interested in taking that that short position, I want to take the cheeky short, right? Which is, if this is going to be an impulse on the 1 minute, right, which you can label. And this is like really going on the 1 minute, you know, very, very low time frame here. Zigzag up, very choppy correction. The ideal scenario would be, you know, sweeping up that high. You know, this is a zone that I would attempt a short position. With the current price action, I wouldn't. It had to be in this move. In this move, I would have attempted, if it would have got up here, to take the short. Let me know, guys, in the comment section, are you feeling bullish or are you feeling bearish? Let's go through the comment section. My man, I hope that USDT, a little bit of analysis did help out to realize if we are going to get, you know, the bull run continuing here. Super chat here from Arin Shah. Off topic, not off topic, it is crypto. US dollar tether dominance. Do we see, you know, any chance of the dominance going down eventually? Absolutely, there is that chance, as explained a few minutes ago. Let's continue through the comment section and see what's going on. Looks like a triangle. I'm not a fan of this triangle, but it is a bit triangular. We are at support on Bitcoin. We cannot deny that. We are back testing the daily and the previous day value area low, the S&P 500. What's the ES doing? Did it manage to claim those highs? Probably yes. Probably yes. Probably yes. Let's take a look at the stock market S&P 500, guys. Smash up the like button if you do enjoy the content. Let's go. Ooh, man, this has been cheekier. Stock market is acting cheeky here. Yeah, yeah. It did decide to get a bit of more of an aggressive correction. Still a higher low, high probability in claiming those highs. However, we did calm down here quite aggressively. But that high volume candle doing the job here. Doing the job. The highs here of the candle providing support to take out that high. Anybody that's trading stock market, I know you can trade gold, you know, on bluffing. You can trade gold on bluffing, guys. Anybody that is interested in trading gold, you can use crypto to trade gold on bluffing, guys, and you do have a great bonus down below. Okay, make sure to check it out. It's an affiliate link. I do earn a commission because of this, a small commission. But at no cost for you. You only get the best, which is $1,000 deposit bonus if you do deposit $7,000. You get $1,000 on top of that for your trading, increases your capital. Take advantage, legends. You got the link down below. It's the first link in the description. Anyway, let's go right away through the price of Bitcoin locally. I think higher time frame needs to be discussed. Higher time frame needs to be discussed here for the price of Bitcoin. What you guys think? My positions are bearish, but I'm feeling bullish. Yeah, I have to say that, you know, it's not the probabilities in moving up successfully here are not that great, unfortunately, for Bitcoin. Yeah, we could pop out from here. Bit of a triangle-y formation, but yeah, the fact that we pulled back here, it would have been nice to get a little bit of more momentum here to the upside. And then this correction that's happened, right, this range that we are forming happens, you know, up here, very shallow. You leave that high volume breakout as a high probability wave 3 when you are ranging and correcting here, right? You form a triangle here, you take out the highs. Then this is what you're looking at here for your impulse. Naturally looking for the rejection later on in the next coming days. But the fact that we pulled back here so much is not no bueno, guys. It's not good. From these lows, unless 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure. Yeah, it would have to be from this low for sure. We hit the golden pocket. I do not see a wave 4 here. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4 here. Coming all the way down to the golden pocket. So I'm not a fan. I am not favoring a breakout from here successfully. Okay, I'm not favoring that breakout. Purely based on how the price has developed here. Obviously, it can be completely wrong. But for the moment, that's the info that I have. I mean, the support is support, right? Regardless of Elliott Wave theory, can be very, very tricky and have a lot of information with different scenarios. But support is support, right? Resistance is resistance. You might be surprised and support bounces more than you expect. For the moment, stock market, very easy candlestick volume bounce to take the highs. Nice little 0.5% move. It's easy trade, easy trade. You know, manage risk. You want to put stop loss beneath these lows, beneath these higher lows. High volume candle that providing support. Take out the highs as you take profit. You got a good wall of money here, right? Good wall of volume that is, you know, providing that support here. And it's very, very similar scenario to that cheeky fake out here. Very similar scenario to Bitcoin. Did we form a little cheeky SFP here? I mean, you need to be ready on the chart, right? Oh, just ever so slightly tap that. Quick sniper trade for an entry, I have to say. Ay, la puta madre. Ever so slight SFP. I'm a little bit in favor of the bears, guys, I have to say. A little bit in favor, even though you might think this does look very corrective. You know, move up, triangle. You know, shouldn't this pop out? I'm not buying it, guys. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Just purely because of this correction. You know, this is too deep. This correction is too deep. I am not buying that this is a bullish correction. Not buying it. Multiple 1-2s. 3. You want shallow 4-5. 4-5. Shallow. You do not want it so deep. That's not great. Let's go through the comments section and see what's going on, guys. Can you hear some background music? Let me know if you can hear some background music, guys. Let me know. Can somebody actually confirm that you can hear a little bit of, you know, chilled background music? Let me know right away. Staffer One, the legend himself. Much love to you, brother. What a legend. Always around here giving love and support. Let's go. How valid is trading through whale order plus SMCU analysis, please? I'm not sure. I got your your porno beats. Exactly. Crypto cowboy. You got that damn right, man. Porno beats. Okay, yes. Not too loud. Much love, Staffer, the legend himself. Perfect volume. Okay, not too loud, not too techno-y. 1 hour to core inflation news. You must be joking. You must be joking. This came out, right? Someone saying 1 hour till we get the core inflation news? No way. This actually came out already, right? Don't tell me I was looking at the wrong timing. Okay, core inflation, yes. I haven't got the timing here, but we did get core inflation rate. That was about 2 hours ago here. That came out lower than expected also. But it seems like we got another one. Core inflation rate mom. I haven't got the timing here. Someone saying that it's coming out here in 1 hour. 1 hour for core inflation news mom. Tony Kutek, much love to you, my man. Thanks for joining the stream. BTC is going back to 86k. It's written. We will not continue pumping. I'm with you, my man. I'm with you. I believe you. I believe you. You could arguably discuss we are forming an inverted head and shoulder. This is an interesting zone where we are at the moment. Interesting level. Oh, breaking out from those local highs. This is a little bit of a no trade zone. If we do reject, I would be happy to take a short here. If we reject from this point. But if we don't, up we go, right? Next major level, this one here. Next major pivot for me as an internal quick sharp scalp SFP. It's either this one or it's either this one. If you break through, if you do break through, then higher we go. What can we say? Not doing a bad job here by pumping through the highs. First fake out. Will we get another fake out here? Major level. Yeah, it's maintaining above that local highs. So as long as we're above this level, I kind of use these levels as guidelines, right? If you're above it, not interested in a short. If we SFP from that one, you know, possibly interested in a short. If you break from that one, then, you know, we just take out the highs, right? And that's how we go. Just a great way to manage risk. Triangle breakout it is. Oh. We're moving up here. This is an interesting level without a doubt. Interesting level without a doubt. Interesting level. Will we maintain beneath that level? Oh. It is a rejection point. It is a possible rejection point. Oh, it's going to pop. Will it manage to reject from that lower high? This is the cheeky one, guys. This could be the cheeky one. This could be the cheeky one. It is trading beneath that level, so it is an acceptable entry, I have to say. Only for, oh yeah, it's getting above. It's getting above. It's not rejecting. Yeah, it did not get a quick rejection, unfortunately. Don't want the price trading above that level. Yeah. Moving up. Yeah, got a little stop loss right there. Little quick stop, maintaining some of that long still open. I did attempt that short. Quick little stop. It did look like it was going to get a rejection, but not interested in being in that short position anymore. Not interested. It was worth the attempt. Did get a small reaction. S&P 500 is probably, yeah, just moving up here. We're just very, very close to those highs. This for me is a no trade zone. If it rejects from here, then so be it. Screw you, Bitcoin. That could have been the one, but it wasn't. So no trade zone for me here. I mean, for shorts. This could have been the cheeky one. You know, I've seen this many, many times where you have that movement down. However, this is 3-wave move down. Three-wave structure here. At least for a little pullback, though, for a scalp would have been nice. Yeah, I'm going to have to take a bit of profits here for the hedge. Gonna have to take a little bit here because I got stopped out, so we need to hedge. Yeah, a bit of a no trade zone here at the moment for me, at least. In between those levels, what I would like to see, not a fan of this double top. Not a fan of a double top here. You know, if we do get up here, correction, then up, then I would be, I mean, interested in the SFP from the highs of yesterday. Here is going to be a little bit difficult. If it does reject, so be it. But yeah, not interested here at the moment for a local double top. Not interested in any shorts here. I would rather see more for a swing trade. I mean, these are little scalp scenarios that we're talking about on the 1 minute time frame. Little scalps. What I'm looking for here is these lower highs, preferably to be swept. That I would treat that more as a swing short territory. 90,500 to 91k. We only $1,000 away from it. 1,000 to 1,500. That is the zone that I would be very interested in looking for, a bit more of a swing short. You know, correction of $3,000-4,000 potentially, and maybe even more. But yeah, we need to get to that zone. That's where most of the liquidity is. So right now, as we almost taking out the highs locally, if we do reject from here, I have to say, you know, I would rather miss the short, not you know, I had an attempt right now. For the moment, long is succeeding. Shorts, we need to get out quickly and aggressive if you're not respecting the levels, right? It could have rejected, but it did not. We did get a little wick. Stop losses are very, very small. As you can see, they're very, very small. You know, you don't want to maintain a short open. You know, if it breaks, then, you know, you're holding a short underwater. Have responsibility on your trades, guys. Have levels of guidance. You know, you can say, well, it's going to reject from here. If you have a strategy and you have a stop loss and you're managing risk, you know, then you can follow, you know, you follow your steps. Eventually I take my personal trades and how I'm trading it. Now that is going to be cheeky if Bitcoin decides to reject from here aggressively. I'm kind of not interested here. That's a little bit of a cheeky one. What are the people saying? Let's go. Let's go through the comment section and see what the people are saying. Not interested at this moment for a short. Where we at? We'd have to see here. This 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Shallow correction. Take out the highs. Maybe this movement up as a 5-wave structure could actually form that swing failure pattern and get a correction to sweep up the potential lows of this. You know, if this does maintain higher lows here, it's a target zone. You can label this as a 5-waver. So if you do get a shallow correction here, this is the 1 minute time frame, guys. So obviously we want to take this with a pinch of salt eventually. But yeah, then the SFP could be a little scalp. Could be a little scalp. As long as you don't overlap this pivot, form a shallow correction, then this could be an interesting local double top, at least to get a correction here, right? You're still forming higher lows. It's a little scalp down at least to the 382 Fibonacci, even the 50% Fibonacci. We're literally sweeping up these lows. So there's an internal little scalp short here as a double top. There is a little short position as a scalp, and it might be even, you know, a bigger move down. But your entry, I would, you know, I like this double top in the end, just because analyzing this movement, if you do not overlap this pivot and you form a shallow range, which it looks like it is, taking out this high would be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then move down to sweep up the higher lows. But obviously we need that higher low, and we need to take the highs, and then this could be a good high probability movement. Little local double top. Entry, stop. 2 to 1 risk reward, not much, but 2 to 1 is already fine as long as it is a 2 to 1 risk reward. Cheeky Bitcoin. Bitcoin wants to play cheeky. Wants to play cheeky here, hitting the 0.88 Fibonacci and getting the pullback down and overlapping that pivot. And looking at Solana at the moment, Solana, what's going on with Sol? S&P 500, man, we're going to have to start trading a little bit more stocks as well, guys. I started in 2017, absolutely horrible. First 2 years of trading were horrible, man. Lost so much money, so much, which is the natural thing, obviously, your first couple of years. But I started with the stock market, and one of the strategies that I learned in my first year is this one, literally, that I've just explained today as we were getting the momentum on the stock market, the news. It's a cold volume strategy. What does it mean? It means that if you have anybody, for any new people coming here, we talked about this level likely getting supported with potentially bouncing at the highs, which is obviously the rally that you're looking for. And obviously you are seeing the market is in an uptrend momentum, right? And the trend is your friend, as they say. And if you know, the point of this strategy here, hear me out. The point of this strategy is you got the high volume candle here, as you can see, 3 minute, 5 minute, it doesn't matter. The important zone is the wick to the body of the candle. The body and the wick, 1 minute, 3 minute, this is for a day trade scalp, is important from a high volume candle when you're moving in an uptrend. Then you can continue up, go sideways, it doesn't matter. All right, correct range. Once you get a next move up above the highs of the candlestick with high volume, with also a high volume breakout, it is very, very common, very common to get that bounce, okay, at the high volume move of this candlestick. Okay, it's literally a resistance support flip, right? But if you have volume with the highs, it gives you a higher probability for the bounce. It's just a basic, resistance support flip, right? Literally. But the volume is important. You need relevant volume here. Volume on the spike. And this works for Bitcoin. It works for stock market. It works for everything. We probably can figure out, we can probably find another movement here with a relevant volume on the stock market. Movement up. I mean, this has been very, very noisy and very choppy. But you will see them. You can definitely spot these resistance support flips with high volume. Anyway, stock market is doing the move to the upside here very nicely. Bitcoin. Yeah, I think we're going to discuss a little bit of a higher time frame. I did not get into a short here. I attempted one. Had to take some profits off the long from the bounce of the daily. Not an easy level. Not an easy level when you're just about to take out the highs. But I would class this as the cheeky rejection. This could definitely be the highs for now eventually, and we go to lower prices. This happened for Bitcoin literally last week, right? The cheeky move up to almost hit the highs and then roll over, right? Will we get that cheeky move here on Bitcoin? For the moment, that is literally what we have rejected from there. So let's see. For me, not an easy entry for for a short here, I have to say. For me, it's either an SFP or no SFP, and we attempted an SFP, but it didn't quite reject strongly. So that's the attempt right there. Anyway, let's say hello to the beautiful community that are joining. That has joined throughout in the stream right now. Ethereum still very choppy, very testing highs, local double tops, still grinding to the upside. Bitcoin finding support at that resistance support flip. I think we're going to do a little bit of higher time frame Elliott Wave analysis, guys, to actually spot here the different waves that could be on the formation for the next coming days. But I'm not feeling too bullish, if I'm honest, with this current price action, even though we got the rally. I will explain that, and we can cover that, guys. We can cover that. Let's go quickly. We're pumping. Just send hype to $2 Solana to 500. I'll be happy. Crypto Cowboy. Let's go. Let's go, Crypto Cowboy. Damn, I need one of those hats, man. Absolutely epic. I need a cowboy hat. I do have one. I do have a hat, but it's more like Walter White, Breaking Bad. Not quite. It's more like a village cap. Can you check Zec? Shall we take a look at Zec right away? Why not? Zec. I did not buy any Zec. Let's take a look at Zec here for somebody in the comment section. For Adia 98435. Let's go. Zec. Nice to see Legends liking Andy's comment. Much love to you, brother. Much love to you. Thanks for joining the stream. Okay, much love to everybody. Much love to everybody here on the stream. Okay, no matter if you don't like or if you do like, doesn't matter. Okay, Much love and respect to everybody. Hope everybody's healthy, everybody's happy, everybody's, you know, has friends and family. You're feeling strong, you're feeling motivated to learn trading, analysis. I only want the best for the people that are watching my channel, legends. Okay? I only want the best. Zek. What can we say about Zek here? Big move down on Zcash. Big movement on Zcash to the downside. What can we see here on Zcash for the possible bounce? Let's go. This high volume node is a little bit disturbing. I mean, I think we've formed all of this. Not quite of a breakout here, I have to say. We've got that trappy channel bear flag situation here for Zcash. I would give it a chance. To get back above here. This choppiness might look very, very corrective. Let's analyze this price action on Zcash. But yeah, sweeping up the lows here. But it is rounding off, that is for sure. It is rounding off here. Losing momentum after breaking this channel. So it's not quite breaking down successfully here, as we can see. Zcash, the movement up, I would say a larger bounce to the upside before going lower would make more sense here. But yeah, the fact that Zcash 1 2 3, oh, beautiful touch at the 50%. Really, just a gentle tap here at resistance. Look at that, tapping that support resistance flip. I have my doubts here on Zcash that it is going to go to lower prices. Value area high of this trading range. What could happen here for Zcash is a liquidity grab from the highs right there and then get the dump. This would be the ideal scenario where you actually sweep up the highs of the range. This is a range right over here, right? It does look like it wants to kind of move up, but ultimately fail later on. So sweeping up $4.17 here, 417, 418. This could be an interesting area of rejection, liquidity grab, and then roll over. I'm actually going to set some alerts myself on this one. I would be interested in, just for all of those breakout traders that are shorting the market on the movement down here, and even shorting here, believing that we're going to roll over. It's just very common to do this and then roll over. Breakout traders entering shorts, breakout traders putting stop loss above the highs inside of the channel. You stop them out and then you go down. So, you know, it's just it's common sense based on what would you know, retail would do here. And obviously you want to short the stop losses, right? The rejection from that pivot, that's where you enter the short. On the rejection, that's where you put stop loss, and then you go down, right? So that's going to be interesting. That's what I would want to see here on Zcash. I'm going to set an alert here to see the reaction. If it breaks through to the upside, then higher we go on Zcash, right? Let's see how many likes we do get on the live stream, guys. I'm going to go through the comment section. It's time to do a bit of serious higher time frame Bitcoin analysis. See how many likes we do get on the live stream, guys. I'm going to go through the comment section. It's time to do a bit of serious higher time frame Bitcoin. Serious higher time frame Bitcoin analysis, legends. That music. Okay. Live stream, guys. I'm going to go through. All right, it is time for see how many likes we do have in the stream. Ooh, 280 likes, 275. Let's do around the table and see if we can get to 300 likes, and then we're going to do Bitcoin higher time frame analysis, guys. We're going to stop it right away with the altcoins and the rest of it. Cheeky short, guys, I have to say. One of those difficult, but this is yeah, one of those when you just a few dollars to hit the high, $100 to hit the highs, and it turns out to be the one. I knew this could very much happen, sweep up the high. However, I got into an aggressive attempt here, but then overall price chops and rolls over, not taking out the high. We're already dumping almost $1,000 from that zone. So cheeky fake out right over there. Let's get that like to above 300. Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes, oh yes. Oh yes. Let's go, legends. Let's go. Whew. Time for a bit more comment section, okay? And we're going to do higher time frame. Eager to short, missed out at the short, just got into a long scalp. Got quickly stopped out on the short position. But shorts, without a doubt, are looking attractive. They are looking attractive just because what I explained throughout the start of the stream today, which was literally 1 2 1 2 1 2 3. You want to see 4 5s 4 5s. You want to see shallow correction here on your wave 4s, not steep. If you do get a steep correction after your big wave with high volume, it means that it's unlikely to be a fourth wave, which is, you know, eventually hitting the golden pocket here. And it makes you question the successful continuation to the upside. Okay, and that eventually is a problem. And it means that a larger corrective range, which we're going to have to figure out in the next coming hours, you know, by tomorrow at this point. What are we forming here? I'm going to go through the 1 hourly time frame. Okay. We're going to do 1 hour analysis, guide to see and figure out what are the scenarios here, considering Elliott Wave theory, okay? Let's go, let's go, let's go. First of all, we're going to do a poll. Thank you for the like button, legends. We're going to break down whoever got into that short. Absolute legend. I got out of the short. Okay. I got out. Whoever managed to jump into that short at the 0.88. Not a bad entry. Not a bad entry. This is cheeky. You're almost about to take out the highs. It is cheeky. It's not nice. I am no longer in a short. Only managed to jump into a local long position, which I obviously had to take more profits to hedge onto that short stop loss. But yeah, whoever got into the rejection of this high, I did not. So some people can be more aggressive, some people can be more chilled. I'm more of a chilled, responsible, manage risk very, very well. The daily backtest was good enough to take that long. You had previous day rally area high, just for a quick internal scalp, in, out, take some profits, run away with the cash, go and get a McDonald's. right? Kind of thing. Nice back test of the daily level and the previous day value area high. Valid for a scalp, just a back test. Scalp long, that was the reason of the entry. So it was a valid SFP of these lows. We did SFP. We did end up SFPing from these higher lows. It's a valid entry. You have daily, you have previous day value area high. You wick below it. It's a valid entry. Stop loss at the low. You get the bounce to 50% Fibonacci from this latest one move down. First TP1, just in case it's a double 1-2, you break down. Valid entry, valid SFP, little scalp, and this was the next option. It was either SFP from this high, which we did not, we broke through, and the SFP from this high, which I attempted, I got stopped out, price left without me. So maybe some of you are in that short position. Anyway, let's do a poll here for the people. Remember, guys, if you are interested in trading, Bluffin has got an awesome bonus. You can see it below my face here. You get $1,000. Okay, deposit bonus. That's when you deposit $7,000. You'll get $1,000 on top of that. Okay, you just need an email and a password, nothing else. Start trading here on Bluffin. Okay, first link down below in the description. Let's talk about the daily higher time, you know, well, 4 hourly, 1 hourly time frame scenarios here that we can see here for the price of Bitcoin. Okay, we're going to go with that right away. Okay, I got into a little scalp short, already took profits. Beth Maria Vallejos, ¿cómo estás? Absolute legend. I'm still underwater. Let me know if are you in a long, in a short. Where are you? Where are you positioned? Shout out to you, Beth Maria Vallejos. Desde Barcelona o España, Madrid. I'm still underwater, says Joe. Tell me, let's see. Let me know in the comment section. Can we help you out? Can we help you out? Where are you positioned? Very, very rangy structure here. We're going to do the higher time frame, okay, legends? First of all, I'm going to 87,100 short. Oh, man. Right, you're in a short position from down here. Underwater. We do not like to be underwater, guys. You know, I get into trade and I have invalidations. It doesn't matter. Getting stopped out is part of the game. Stop loss is your best friend. Not having a proper stop loss and proper risk management is your enemy. Always have stop losses, guys. There's a next trade around the corner. Don't overtrade. Plan your trades. Have good levels. Good responsibility. Okay, if you do not control your emotions and you don't have trading plans, you will fail. You will fail long term. It's math. You know, you're underwater at 87.1k. 87.1k. Man, being in a short position down there. Man. Let's take a look at that. You know, I do get, you know, I was looking for shorts here. I was looking for shorts today as well. However, what we like to explain here on the channel is this zone is a dangerous area, right? Look at where the price eventually, I mean, I'm not sure why shorting here. Maybe you had your reasons. I was looking for a short at the daily level. Daily level, previous day value area high. However, what happened here, as explained based on the timing, Let me get into that right away. Previous day value area high. There we go. It wasn't loading there for a minute. This was an interesting area for me to short if the price would have rallied a little bit with strength here. Okay, if the price would have, literally got a bit of momentum to the upside, and I was looking for a short trade position. However, the price was extending and building bullish market structure for a long time here. And this is an independent wave from this wave over here. Yesterday, we were speculating on this being an ABC. Boom, you move down. Clearly a three-wave structure, right? It is a three-wave structure. And you believe, okay, this could be an impulse down, very aggressive, high volume. I want to see a corrective move, but you want to see it happening relatively fast because this move was fast. If this bounce is taking 4 or 5 times longer than this move down, it's an independent wave, likely an independent wave, and it's not part of this 1, 2, 3 right breakdown. So yeah, this is eventually not, at least for me anyway. I do get the point that you want to short a kind of a corrective bounce to then roll over. But I had my plan today. It was the previous day value area high, daily level. Look for that back test of this zone as well, right? You got that cluster. This is a zone that needs to back test and go. But that was not the case eventually. This was taking too long and it popped out. This is a dangerous area to basically be in shorts. You could realize that you could break through these levels very aggressively, which it kind of did, right, with the news. Today was a news day as well. You need to be cautious with days that you have news. You can spike up, spike down. So yeah, underwater on that short, I have to say. If you ask me, the probabilities are actually low to successfully move to higher levels. Just because, if I'm counting this as a bullish structure, this pullback is gone too deep. This pullback's gone too deep. Yeah, so you might be lucky because the probabilities are actually to roll over at a later stage. Moving from here and breaking out successfully is low probability. So I mean, it depends on how much you're risking, right? Where would you be? Where would your hard invalidation be, right? I mean, this is a very big stop loss. I mean, this is, if you're targeting the lows, or I don't know, maybe you're targeting 80k. It really depends on how much you're risking here. But if you got into a day trade short and you're risking a lot, you might be underwater a lot. So, but if you're ready to be a little bit underwater, you might have a good chance. Because yeah, I want to explain the higher time frame eventually, and the probability side of the different movements that we could get here. And for me, at this point, with the information that we have on this structure, the probabilities of moving up here are actually quite low based on the information here. Very confused, I have to say. I mean, this range of the last few days has been very confusing for me, legends. It hasn't been very clear. We've had some awesome previous few weeks in this zone. It's been absolutely great. Yeah, dumping at the moment. I am in favor more of the bears at this point with the rally that we got. Okay, I am in favor of the bears instead of getting a successful move to the upside. And I mean, it's all because of the lower time frame. Okay, it's all because of this movement up. If you get this spike up and you get this big drop down to the golden pocket, you're literally looking at this movement up potentially to be the end, all right, of the wave. This has the potential to be the end of the wave. And I would treat this as a zigzag correction and another zigzag here. Double zigzag, W, X, Y. That's what looks prettier at the moment instead of anything bullish, which would have to be a 1 2 1 2 1 2 3, and you want to see 4 5 4 5 retracement to the 382 Fibonacci, which it did not happen, right? It came all the way down to the golden pocket, which is too deep of a pullback to get successful continuation to the upside, based on Elliott Wave theory, of course. So yeah, huddle, let's go. Tonight rally wasn't as dramatic as last night's one at the same time. Very true, my man. Crypto Cowboy, very true. I'm short from 99k. Should I have closed at 81k? Got greedy for 74k. I think you have a pretty good probability here. I think you are pretty okay. All right. You know, there's still a very, very good chance. I mean, 74k, I mean, at least the lows here at 80k. That would be the target. The probabilities are still high. But you want to take as much profit eventually as you can and leave a significant chunk open. There's one scenario there is a bullish scenario that is a bit disturbing. However, I wouldn't class this move as the highest probability, because there's a few issues here with this contracting diagonal, right? You have 5-wave structure here. That's all good. You're like, okay, you know, your wave 4 is smaller than your wave 2. That's all good. Your wave 5 is smaller than your wave 3. It's kind of a perfect contracting diagonal, you would arguably discuss. You know, you're looking at this movement down to be a very, very overlapping corrective structure coming down to the golden pocket, right, of this movement to the upside, which just on its own with the golden pocket from the low to the high, I mean, it is a attractive zone, right? Golden pocket, regardless of Elliott Wave theory or whatever, is always like an attractive, you know, Fibonacci retracement of a major move up, right? Golden pocket, it's just it is eventually an attractive level. But the problem with this ascending contracting leading diagonal in this case is the wave 3. You know, it either has to be a 5 3 5 wave, 3 wave, 5 wave, or it either has to be a 3 3 3 3 3. Okay, and the problem is with this wave and with this wave up, this wave 3 is, you know, looks very, very impulsive. It looks a classic 5 waver, this wave 3, where you have your first move up, the big pop out with high volume, and then your little range for your wave 5, right? 1 2 3 4 5. And the problem with the wave 5 here is it's very 3 wavy. It is very, very 3 wavy. So, you know, you cannot have that mix here. You cannot have that mix. It's either 5 up, 3 down, 5 up, 3 down, 5 up, or it's all of them 3 waves, 3, 3, 3, 3 for a leading diagonal. That's valid. But you can't have a wave 3 being 5 waver and a wave 5 being a 3 waver. So this scenario is not looking pretty for a successful higher low, right? And obviously a major rally here in an A, B, C, right? Or a, you know, or a 1, 2, 3 get continuation 4, 5 later on. But and the whole main reason here is because of this. Okay, it's just it's the rules. I don't make the rules. It's just it is what it is. You cannot have a 5 waver on the 3 and a 3 waver on a 5. You know, it's just not. And this for me is a clear 5 waver, and this wave 5 is a clear 3 waver. You know, there's no way I can't wrap myself around here to find a 5 wave structure. It's just clearly a 1, 2, 3. So yeah, with that said, this has low probability. Just pointing out bullish case scenarios, right? Because this does look very overlappy and very corrective, but we still need to consider, you know, I am in favor of the price coming down to 80k in the next coming weeks. I am in favor of that. The general downtrend, the general trend is down. This does look quite corrective. We have had some, you know, chances here for the bulls. You always want to consider bullish case scenarios. The one that now could be the bullish case, that Joan pointed this out in the Legends Pro community, which is a very, very interesting take, I have to say, is a triangle formation here, because you do have lower highs and you do have higher lows. So, you know, there is higher lows still forming in this momentum, and there's lower highs eventually here. And, you know, he pointed out this morning, and I was like, you know, this actually looks interesting, because if this were to be a successful rally, which is not looking too successful at the moment, as explained, this is why I think the probabilities obviously are decreasing aggressively for the bullish case, even though if you're looking at this to be a triangle, because this looks very 3 wavy at the moment, right? We didn't succeed breaking out here successfully. And that's super important to understand, that if you do not successfully continue to the upside in that wave 3 and form shallow 4, 5, 4, 5, right? You're retracing to the 382 Fibonacci from this pivot low to the pivot high, or the 50% max, not down to the golden pocket. That's the moment where this momentum is dying. This momentum is dying. The bullish momentum is dying. Naturally, with the probability of, you know, rolling over. And it all has to do with this movement over here. It all has to do with this. You want the third wave to break and the corrections to max hit the 50% Fibonacci maximum, not the golden pocket. 382, 50% move up, 382, 50% move up, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. That would have been the ideal scenario. And then here's where you look for shorts eventually, because you're finishing that impulse and you're looking for the move down. But because this failed as an impulse for the moment, right, it's just failed, then the probabilities for this triangle are not looking too great for the moment eventually, because this wave should have been an impulse, because this triangle right over here should be labeled as so. You got your zigzag here in your ABC for your wave W. Your wave X can be any corrective structure. It could be a double zigzag, a flat, it could be a triangle, it could be whatever. any correction, wave X. You know, you do have that movement down, the movement up, A wave. Let me just get the label here. You need 5 waves in a triangle, always. A triangle always has 5 waves, okay? Anybody that was curious about triangles, it's always 5 waves. You always will figure out there's a 5-wave move inside of a triangle. It doesn't have 7 waves, or it doesn't have, you know, triangles, you know, do not have, you know, 10 waves inside. And if it does, you know, this is probably a 1 wave. It's a 3, 3, 3, 3. So it always has to have 5 waves inside. And, you know, Jerome was pointing out this here in the pro community today. Running triangle. A wave, your B wave gets above the triangle, above the A wave start. Then this down here, then this, then this. Yeah, it's not the most pretty triangle, I have to say. But you still have the higher lows. You still can count a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 waver. But this movement up had to be bullish. So that's a problem right now. There's without a doubt a problem here. It just doesn't look great for the bulls, I have to say. This movement up has failed to be an impulse. So it's not looking great for the bullish scenarios, and the probabilities are still leaning high. We had a few little hints, okay, today that we could see some bullish opportunity, maybe some bullish scenarios that could play out, but they're not looking great based on this movement up. So what stands here with the highest probability movement is this one right over here for the moment. You're looking at this movement to the upside to be a finished zigzag, zigzag down, zigzag up in your wave WXY. Finished corrective structure. And what you can count from this movement down is a contracting diagonal with a wave 1, wave 2, wave 3, wave 4, wave 5. Your wave 4 is smaller than your wave 2. Perfect. Your wave 5, even though it popped out of the contracting diagonal, that it's all okay. That's all okay. As long as it's shorter than your wave 3, then it's very much valid. So you have a leading move here to the downside. 3 wave up, movement down. This bounce is failing. So what is likely here for the moment is that you're likely forming some kind of a complex sideways WXY, where you already have your zigzag in your wave here to the upside that we had in the last few days. Your movement down, very sharp, and now this bounce up here. You know, you have a few options. You do have a few options here. But few options would be, you know, forming a bit of a triangle here at the moment in the next coming days before breaking down. That is possible. You got your ABC and wave W, your wave X, sharp wave X, triangle formation maybe in the next couple of days, maybe entering into the weekend, right? That would extend a little bit too long actually, but it's still a possibility. If you're going to be triangling here in the next coming days, the probabilities of just losing it is very, very high. So a triangle here is an option, is a very, very good option. If we squeeze in a triangle in the next coming days, I can tell you that the probabilities will be very high. I'll be interested in looking for shorts if we form a triangle here. Another scenario, that would be my favorite one, is forming a flat here, but a flat here would be definitely, because if you know this is your wave W zigzag from Monday to Wednesday, quick move down in a wave X, You move down, then you bounce back up to sweep the highs, right? This price action has been brutal. This could be brutal as well, right? It's playing around. Market makers are playing around. Sweep up lows, sweep up highs, then move down. It's like, man, when are we gonna? It's like the pump of yesterday, right? Pump and dump. Sweep the highs, then yesterday sweep the lows, today bounce. This is how the market moves. It wants to make you, go crazy. So I have to say that a flat here to finish your wave Y is very much a possibility. You got your first leg up and a three wave down, claim the lows potentially, which is very common obviously for the B wave of the flat, and then suddenly get a rally in an impulse to sweep up the highs here and then dump down. So I mean, this would be the zone for shorting. If we move down here, sweep the lows and then sweep the highs in the next coming days, I would be just interested in, and this is kind of pointing, the scenario of it's just rolling over at the end of the day, right? Too much noise, too much volatility, a lot of wicks up and down, but at the end of the day, it's just a dead cat bounce, very corrective, and it's just wicking here up and down, getting people confused. So that would be an interesting move here for a swing. So what you need for this is move down, sweep the lows, sweep the highs, then on that rejection, sweep that liquidity at 90k preferably. Once you reject an SFP from here, stop loss at the high, right? This would be the general idea of the short trade. Entering at this point, stop loss at the high, and then looking for the move down. Even to 80k, because this would be, arguably discussing, a wave 3. So yeah, that's gonna have to see the information. Obviously, what I would be looking at for here is a flat, which is going to take a couple of days to develop. And the second option would be a triangle. Right, move down, you get a bounce, then you move down again. You're forming higher lows and lower highs. And for me, this would be a bearish triangle. Zigzag up, correction, triangle, WXY. Just because you have a possible completed motive wave here to the downside, which would be this scenario right over here. Complex WXY, nobody likes them. Nobody likes them. A lot of people see this and people just like, I just can't, I'm not following this. I'm not following this. You're going to have a flat, a zigzag, either in wave W or either in wave X, and then, a triangle in your wave Y. This case would be a bullish one, breaks up, but this other one would be a bearish one. And the main reason why we talk about this, that might, bleed your eyes, is because the choppiness that we're getting since this low is very corrective. 3 wave up, down, claim the lows, back up. This doesn't look bullish. Oh my goodness, what's happening? Well, it's maybe a complex WXY before we break down. So it eventually needs a bit of more information. Because you have a zigzag up here and this movement down, it could extend a couple of more days. So the triangles are easy to detect eventually. The triangles are easy to detect. A, B, C, D, E, once you're squeezing here, the probabilities, just because of the rollover and because of this being a motive wave, would lean on the side of breaking to the downside. And, you just need to figure out the 5 waves, A, B, C, D, E. Invalidation is your last lower high. We'll see in the next coming days. I'm not going anywhere. So we'll be speculating on a few scenarios on the live stream, of course, for those swing trade setups, okay? Which would eventually look for the breakdown. Has higher probability for the moment. What's the possibility of this move? Yeah, as mentioned, time will tell, Andy. Exactly, time will tell. I mean, there was slight correlation last 3 Japan rate increase, but they weren't 100% responsible for the dumps. yeah, exactly. People are very much speculating on this. I've seen this on X a lot about the Japan rate hike. I was going to say rate hike on tomorrow, Friday. And apparently the price of Bitcoin dropped by significant percentage after the Japan hikes throughout 24 and 25. And now everybody's speculating that it's going to dump down. So that's obviously a little bit alarming. Too many people are expecting low, which is disturbing. You don't want it's not nice to see too many people bearish because of news events, right? Last time this happened, we went down. Well, does it mean it needs to happen again? Well, too many people talking about it, which eventually is alarming, right? But yeah, looking at the charts, the probabilities are higher for the bears. At the moment. Yeah, this movement up does not look impulsive. There's local one, the one from yesterday also, is not looking too great for the bulls, I have to say. So yeah, let's go through the comment section, see what the people are saying. Much love to everybody. Thanks for being here. Absolute legends. Thank you very much for joining the live stream today. Legends. Let's see what the people are saying here in the comment section. Thanks for smashing the like button. Hey Andy, recommend learn plan from absolute beginner on Elliott Wave theory. I can tell you right away. There's a really awesome website on Elliott Wave theory, and it's literally the first one that pops out here on if you put it on Google. If you put Elliott Wave on Google, it's an ElliottWaveForecast.com. It's a great website where you have everything organized. Very, very simple to go through because it goes from the basics. This site right over here, Elliott Wave Forecast. What is Elliott Wave theory? Basic principle, 5 waves pattern, Fibonacci, how to use Fibonacci with Elliott Wave theory, motive waves, Elliott Wave personality, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, zigzags, corrections, triangles, and it's a very, very nice organized website, ElliottWaveForecast.com. Okay, anybody that is interested in like reading through Elliott Wave Principle book as well is obviously the OG book from the last few decades. But if you want it on a website that's very organized, which is free, Elliott Wave Forecast is a great site to learn Elliott Wave theory, okay? For anybody that's interested. Right over there, legends, okay? Let's go. Andy, let's just say I have 68k incoming. Stop shilling. Okay, my man. Yeah, I mean the probabilities are still for the bears, okay? But we need to take into consideration bullish scenarios. Yeah, we're just gonna have to go we're just gonna have to go with the internal movements here. What is rare on Elliott Wave theory, and this is going to blow your mind, but it is rare, but it is possible, that inside of a triangle, and that's just something to say, I quit with Elliott Wave theory because it's just very, very complex and very noisy sometimes. To get into scalp trading setups, you don't need Elliott Wave theory, right? Today we basically looked for internal local setups. As a bounce, the daily level got a bounce, back test. You don't need to know Elliott Wave theory if you back test a daily level. right? It's just a scalp. It's a little movement. We back tested the daily level with the previous day value area high, and that basically got the bounce today, right? We broke out today with the news, and we back tested previous day value area high, okay, with the session volume profile with the daily. Did get a little resistance today, so that's obviously automatically turning this into support. We got a nice little SFP, and I got a little bounce here for a little scalp. So it all depends, right? I consider Elliott Wave theory for the higher time frame, just to realize where we could be at in the market. But what I want to say here about this contracting diagonal, if this were to be this triangle, getting my words mixed up here. If this were to be a triangle for your wave X, okay, in an A, B, C, D, E, and that's it, guys. We ain't going to go through this anymore. Your E wave inside of a triangle can also be a triangle. And that's like, what the heck, right? This could be a triangle, okay, also. So you might come back down, come back up, come back down, and it's like, and then it pops out, okay, obviously without taking out the low. The E wave of a triangle in rare scenarios can become a triangle. So that's like A, B, C, D, and then the E wave is just forming a 5-wave structure from the lows of yesterday. That's when you start the A, B, C, D, E, and then you pop to the upside, right, from this move down, sorry. A, B, C, D, E, pop out. We're going to have to see. Let's see how the price develops. We'll get a few scenarios, but without a doubt, we need to pop out very, very soon. Will it be up or will it be down? A lot of people saying it's bearish. A lot of people, I am in favor of the bears based on the information that we got for the moment. These bounces are not looking great for the bulls. So naturally, there's nothing bullish about this movement up from today. Obviously, the one yesterday, 3-wave up, is just nothing bullish about this momentum. So I can't give priority for the bulls at the moment. Let's go. Staffer One, the legend himself. Thank you very much, always, my man, for joining the stream. Okay, thank you very much. Bybit, one of the best exchanges out there, with a 30k bonus, guys, with the link down below. I haven't traded on Bybit for quite a bit, mainly focusing on bluffing. Bluffing is great. I like bluffing very, very much. Bluffing works absolutely phenomenal. High in liquidity. Andy, every time you say you give priority to the bears, it looks like we are about to retest the highs of the structure. Very interesting, yeah. That's higher time frame, okay? Whatever happens in this zone, it doesn't really matter. It's higher time frame, what we're looking at here. For this move to be bullish and get successful momentum to the upside is low probability, I have to say. Okay, whatever happens locally on the 1 minute is irrelevant from the higher time frame analysis. I'm still there using Bybit. Absolute legend. Staffer One. Bluffing is so easy to use. It is absolutely easy to use. You got the greatest deals down below, guys, as you can see here beneath me. Okay, $1,000 deposit bonus. If you deposit 7k, you're getting $1,000 on top of that, okay, for your trading capital. So take advantage, guys. You just need an email and a password. What else can we say here? There is a little bit of news. A few days ago, Wales bought 54,000 BTC, $4.6 billion over the past week, the fastest accumulation pace since 2012. Apparently there's some whale accumulation. We do know that the price has moved with leverage, not with people buying for the long term. But it's interesting that there's been some accumulation happening with this correction down in the last couple of weeks, okay, which is an interesting fact. You know, people are buying, you know, some Bitcoin, especially whales eventually. We got this massive whale, who's the number one whale you would arguably discuss, Michael Saylor, a few days ago, 10,000 BTC. Let's go. Almost $1 billion. So yeah, he's currently holding 671,000 BTC, which is over 3% of the entire Bitcoin supply, right? Which is, you know, he's like the whale, the Bitcoin whale, the one, right? But as mentioned, it doesn't matter. The price is moved with leverage. The price is literally moved with leverage, not because people are buying on spot. And there's a lot of OTC buying as well, which eventually is not going to affect the price at all. So yeah, just some interesting facts that we need to take into consideration. Hey Andy, I entered a bit late, scalp short of the lower high at 88.7k. Interesting. You entered late that short scalp. Interesting. This was a man, we've seen this before. Bitcoin likes to be cheeky. It ends up having a failed auction from this pivot high, not claiming this high over here. I would, you know, if you entered here a little late, so you did enter a bit late. Ideally, you want to see a, you know, failed auction or an SFP. Enter here, stop loss here. Manage risk, guys, always with your stop losses. You entered a short there. You know, eventually we're still at support in this zone. This is an interesting level of support. Why is that? Well, eventually we have the daily level that was back tested it again. We did get another back test today. We have previous week close, previous week low. We have previous day value area high. It is a zone where there's, you know, price got a little reaction here, holding as support a little bit. I would be defensive, take some profits, be defensive. There is a chance of rolling over, I have to say. The entry is not the best, but, you know, it's looking better for the bears. The price action's looking better for the bears, okay? So, yeah, maybe that. Shout out to you. Andy, can you force the move from 85.3 in multi-1-2s? Good question. Let's take a look at this. Andy, can you force the move from 85,300? Okay. In multiple 1-2s. Yeah, absolutely. This is literally what we've been talking about today on the stream. Man, there's a lot of overlap, and you know, I would arguably discuss, instead of counting so many 1-2s here, that there are flats, okay? You know, for me to believe that all of this is 7 1-2s. The problem with this, despite if there is 7 1-2s or if there's 3 1-2s, you can fit multiple 1-2s here, right? And I would prefer looking at this as a flat, okay? These being flats. So 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, and then the breakout here in your wave 3. But for this to be a wave, another 1-2, I'm not sure if that's your question. Yes, you can get 1-2s here. However, for this to be, you know, the wave 3, this cannot be another 1-2 because it's just the longest one. And you want the longest one to be at the beginning, not at the end. This would have to be labeled as a wave 3. And as the correction after a wave 3, you need the correction down max at the 50% Fibonacci from your latest wave 2. Because the idea here is to get a correction wave 4 and then take out the highs. And all of this becomes your wave 3. Because that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 inside of your wave 3. However, when you get the correction down from your latest wave 2, which would have to be this one, and you hit the golden pocket, that's the moment that you realize that, yeah, there's no longer an impulsive move getting developed here, and the probabilities is that this movement up is likely a 3-wave structure. Probabilities are higher to roll down or have a bit of a rangy structure than actually breaking up successfully from this point. And you might think, well, what correction, what move, how can this be a 3-wave structure? Well, you have this zigzag move up, you have a bit of a 1-2 1-2, but then it's 1-2, then it's an ABC, then you got this sideways move, right? Then you break out the highs. So you got a zigzag here, sideways move, so that can be labeled as your wave W, this can be labeled as your wave X. And then this has a movement up, sideways momentum, and then the movement up here. So that would be a ABC zigzag up in your wave Y, double zigzag. Just because you got down to the golden pocket, it decreases the probability for this to be, wave 4, wave 5 continuation up. And, it's highly likely that this is part of a corrective structure, which only means that, obviously lower has higher probability, or at least extending a range here. Extending a range because, as I said, you could form a triangle in here. In here, you could form a triangle. So you could correct down throughout the next coming days, then get the bounce. You could have a triangle inside of a triangle of your E. If this is a triangle and it's an A, B, C, D, E, your E wave can be a triangle. Unfortunately, it is a rule on Elliott Wave theory, but it is rare to get an E wave triangle inside of a triangle. But it's possible, and that's, if it is possible, we would take it into consideration depending on the information in the next coming days. But this is getting ready, man. It's getting ready for a pop, because you're either finishing the contracting diagonal here. You either finished the contracting diagonal down in a motive wave, and this is just a complex sideways WXY that we have explained. Zigzag up, down, and then you form a triangle and then down, or you form a flat here and then you move down. This is days away of taking the decision move. Days away, but days to actually already get the bigger move of $5,000, maybe $10,000. It's literally days away. Because if this is your wave 1, this is your wave 2 in a complex sideways correction, which is in the development. You're in the middle stages of the WXY. You got your zigzag for W, so you're in the middle stages. Not too much room left here to either a triangle or a flat, and then move down. Obviously, if this is the case, the move down is a wave 3 that we're looking at here. So it's either in the next couple of days we finish this correction and break down in a wave 3 already, end up taking out 80k, and we just continue the overall downtrend of the last few months. Or best case scenario is for the bulls, which is only bullish locally, is forming this WXY. I mean, I've explained this a couple of times throughout the stream, but I guess there's new people also joining here, and you're forming an A, B, C, D, E. I mean, I don't like this. I have to say it's a very, very forced triangle, and the E wave can also be a triangle, okay? But you have A, B, C, D, E. It squeezes and it ends up breaking out. Obviously, what you're looking at here is a zigzag for your wave Y. Zigzag W, zigzag Y, double zigzag. However, your X is a, just a very, very long, ugly triangle. Not giving this the highest probability at the moment till we get more information in the coming days. So we'll see. Thanks a lot, brother. You're very welcome, my man. Much love to you. 87,300 is my hold zone for bulls. 87,300 hold zone for bulls. 87,300. This has been a pretty relevant base. This has been a pretty relevant base. Let's see if the chart wants to load here. Ooh, Tradingview is not loading. Not sure why I would say there's 87,300, 50% Fibonacci from the low to the high. Yeah, not too relevant here for me anyway. Yeah, not that we got much going on. Little spike on the volume profile. Obviously, you would arguably discuss that you have, the higher low support trend, right? Maybe that's a little bit relevant for some people. That's coming down at 87,400, 300. If you wanted to continue this bullish momentum, but I'm not taking this as a technical analysis at all. Okay, I don't think that that's a major zone. Weekly green dot on Cypher B. Well, market Cypher B, man. Yeah. SPX deciding what to do. S&P 500. Let's take a look at the S&P. It did get a beautiful bounce today. It got some pretty nice momentum to the upside. Weekly green dot on the Cypher B. 70s. Aren't triangles a continuation pattern usually? That is a very good question. That is a very good question. That's triangles are continuation patterns. All right. If they are inside of a wave 4, right? If it is of a zigzag in a B wave can be a triangle. You got an A, B triangle, C wave. Wave 2s cannot be triangles, so wave 4s can be triangles. Wave 2s cannot be triangles, okay, when we consider Elliott Wave theory. But yeah, they don't need to be continuation patterns eventually, because if you are looking at a complex WXY, it depends on how you look at it, on what wave you're in, right? I'm not sure what triangle you're talking about. Maybe you're thinking that this is a triangle that is to continue to the downside. But a triangle always needs to have 5 waves, okay? And the problem with this, you can only fit a triangle here, a running triangle. Your B wave can overlap your A wave, okay? And then you need to find 5 pivots, right? You need to have 5 waves. You cannot form a triangle from this pivot low, right? This is just not, you cannot form a triangle. That's already, yeah, there's just there's no triangle here to be formed from this low over here. And this is only considering that wave X's can be any corrective structures. They can be a zigzag, they can be a flat, they can be a triangle, they can be a WXY sideways complex move. And this is just considering the bullish case. There is a valid option here for the bulls locally to take out 95k, but it's not looking pretty, right? It's the movement that we've had in the last 2 days, especially the one today, is not looking awesome to get continuation to the upside, I have to say. So we're likely going to range. We're likely going to move lower and range for the next coming days. And then we'll figure out if we have high probability in breaking down or high probability in moving up. And we will figure that out, guys. You know, there will be a moment where the probabilities are going to squeeze. There is that moment in trading where you have a few minutes of the probability, the highest probability to play out, and you either join or you don't join, right? And this is for the bigger move eventually. This is looking for a move of $5,000 to $10,000. It either breaks below 80K or it gets above 95K. So yeah, we're going to figure that out in the next coming days. As I explained in today's stream, we do have several options. We got a triangle here to form the A, B, C, D, E. E wave can be a triangle in the triangle. And the other option, which is the one that I prefer, if I'm honest with you, is that we continue a sideways WXY here. 3-wave zigzag, double zigzag has finished. You got a leading, okay, diagonal here to the downside, and a contracting diagonal. Complex, choppy, 3-wave up, down, boom, boom. You could form a flat here and then move lower. You could form a triangle here and then go. So, you know, the probabilities in ranging and correcting in this zone are just higher. And, you know, there's still a couple of days still. I'm not expecting the price to shoot up from here or shoot down. So yeah, we'll see. I mean, even though I have to say, even though the probabilities of shooting down, the possibilities of shooting down is there. The possibilities of shooting down is there. Just because the move from yesterday can be counted as a well, yeah, no. No, because this would be an independent wave already. So yeah, I mean, the probabilities of down and ranging and forming some more waves is high probability at the moment. Breaking down already in the next coming days is low probability. Moving up from here to plus 90K is low probability. Probabilities right now is to move down and continue ranging. So it's going to be stuck, I think, a little bit more. Uncle Don may declare war on Venezuela after 5 p.m. Friday. Wow, that's interesting. I need to check the news, man. I'm out of the news at the moment. That's not good for BTC. Says Alex. What is not good? What's with one more low and then up to form Y? What's with one more low and then up to form Y? One more low from where? From here? Yeah, I mean, there's no other option, unfortunately. One more low from here. I'm not too sure what you yeah, what scenario you're looking at. LOL. Mattia, my man, much love to you, brother. Here he is. CBM, guys, go and check him out. Brother, 3 hours. Extra long live stream. Damn. Yes, it is. 3 hour plus, my man. 3 hour plus. We're doing a marathon here, 4 hours. Look, discussing here the probabilities, basically. Whoever entered that short at the 0.88 is a legend, man. You know, I missed it. I got wicked out, guys. I entered a long, made some profits, entered a short here, but I was too defensive. Sometimes we need to give a bit of a breather here, right? But it was pointed out here on the bluffing exchange, right? SFP from these highs, which we did, but man, I was too tight here with risk management. Sometimes you need to give a bit of a breather here for stop loss. It happens, but I would have preferred a wick up and then start moving down, which we kind of did already. We did, but we consolidated here. But obviously the possible direction move down here was there was a good chance for that. Anyway, let's see if we can get a bounce from where we are at the moment. Yeah, we've been doing a little bit of lower time frame analysis today just to keep it a little bit more active. But yeah, we're getting back below previous day valley area low, daily level, previous week low is the one that could get a little reaction, but it looks, yeah, we're trading beneath it, so not today. Yeah, the only interesting long that there was here as a scalp was the back test of the daily and the short SFP from this pivot. Somebody was asking, what do you think about my short being underwater at 87.1k? You coming back to break even now? The probabilities were leaning higher that this ended up being a 3-wave move. Wave 3 unsuccessfully moved to higher levels and retraced to the golden pocket, and there's, you know, that's when you realize that this momentum is dying, right? As we mentioned just an hour ago, this momentum is dying, guys, because of this retracement. It's not looking great. So there we go. Price is moving down. Let's go see what's going on. Go and check out CBM, guys. He's a legend. Okay, he's in the comment section here somewhere. Go and check out CBM. Where is he? Crypto by Mattia. He was somewhere here. Where are you? There he is. Much love to you, my man. Hope you're having a great time and enjoying Christmas with friends and family. CBM, guys, go and check him out. He's a legend. Great content, great explaining, much better than me. Mattia 97,100 still open. Yeah, there we go. Joe, there you are. Still open. Yeah, I mean, it's, I would I mean, it depends on what your strategy, right? I know people would just say, I'm going to enter a short and I'm happy to have a stop loss wherever, right? It depends on what you're looking at, right? For the moment, the probabilities are higher to take out 80k, okay? At some point, it might take days, but you need to have some kind of an invalidation. You need to have something. Luckily, with the information that we got today, where the probabilities were leaning that, a movement down and ranging was highly likely instead of moving higher, okay? Based on this information, guys, you can see that information is not BS, right? When you realize that this multiple 1, 2, 3, you want to see shallow corrections and continuation up here. The moment you retrace from your last wave 2, okay, this being the wave 3 to the golden pocket, you're invalidating here, the bullish momentum to continue up. So nasty move down here. Probably S&P 500 is following here. Stock market also getting a bit of dumpy action with Bitcoin. Man, the entries of this range, I'm currently not interested at the moment. I'm actually feeling a little bit tired, but nice back test of the daily. I got some people in the comment section still that they're in the short. Somebody saying that they're into that 87, 88.7. Some of them still shorting. Paz Maria Vallejos está en el corto. She's in a short. People managing to short here at this range. Cheeky Bitcoin. Man, I told you Bitcoin was going to be cheeky to claim that lower high today and then move down without hitting that high over here for that possible flat. Man, cheeky Bitcoin. It did the same thing here about 2 weeks ago. Movement down, boom, boom, you form a 3-waver, you sweep that high, and then you move lower, you know. Cheeky bounce with, you know, a few dollars by hitting the high. Epic entry for a short, whoever got in on that scenario. And now we're just nuking, guys, probably in the development of a wave 3. So now the same scenario happens, where do you move down in an impulse where you got a 1, a 2, a 3? If this bounce gets up, overlaps this pivot, another 3-wave structure down, guys, and we continue the range, right? So, but if this move down starts getting shallow pullbacks, continues grinding to the downside, right, after getting a stop in a potential 4th wave, then you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, bingo, impulse down. You're looking for the correction in the next coming days to very likely, you know, get, you know, the breakdown already. I mean, depending on when this wave wants to finish, right? We don't know when this wants to end. It might end down here, and then it forms, you know, the 4 5s, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then bounces. We need that stop, take the low and bounce, and then it's looking for shorts. Nice little dump. Nice little dump here. Sub 80k. Get it over with. I think so. I think so. Probably a good chance. Look for a long in a couple of hours. Maybe, yeah, maybe in a couple of hours. Once, exactly, right? Once you get that slowdown after this wave, because there will be a moment that it slows down, right? You're going to get the big wave 3, 1, 2, 3. When it slows down, you're looking for that 4, 5 coming down to the daily open, maybe the previous day rally area low. Doesn't really matter, but when it slows down, you're looking for that relief rally, at least to sweep up the lower highs that were formed. We like that very much. One of the longs that was talked about about a week ago, I think. Man, Tradingview just doesn't want to. Man, I'm gonna quit here with Tradingview. It doesn't want to play ball. But yeah, one of the longs that we talked about was this double bottom. That was a double bottom. Also looking for a reversal at this point here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're getting choppy, SFP. Probabilities were rolling over here. Claim the high again or not. So you get that explanation, right? When you get the big move up, you're going to slow down. And if you have levels of resistance, you know, you're looking for that rollover here. So that's what we are, you know, you would be literally looking for here. Once it slows down, the big wave happened. Once it slows down, you know, you're looking for that, you know, reversal bounce at least to sweep up the highs, local highs anyway. Maybe fill the fair value gap. But it needs to slow down. Once it slows down, then eventually, like somebody said in the comment section, it might be good to look for a long position in the next coming hours. We'll let it slow down, right, into levels of support. We do have today's open. Bitcoin, it's been a little bit of a roller coaster throughout the last few days. It has been a little bit of, not an easy range. I only got into a little scalp long today. Attempted the short, got stopped out. Had a very tight stop loss. I know some people are in that short, but anyway, you know, it was a good attempt. Man, it's just, you know, when you look at Bitcoin for over, you know, 7 years now. Yeah, I know what it does. It's cheeky. I know what it does. It's so cheeky. And I thought, you're going to sweep up this high and you're not going to sweep up this one. And yeah, it happened. I did attempt the short, guys. I got stopped out. I manage risk. Sometimes it's too tight. But, you know, it's all depending on your strategy. Then we started, you know, a bit of a failed auction more than a swing failure pattern. Because you broke above it, you closed the 5 minute, and then you trade beneath it. That could have been another option here for the short. Should have taken it. But anyway, happy with that little long scalp. Tomorrow's another day. Price is just nuking. Holy smokes. Holy macaroni. Yeah, this move was low probability bullish momentum anymore since we got that retracement at the golden pocket. So you can see how the probabilities by reading the waves, right? The probabilities of moving up from here were very low, and moving down or ranging from here were very, very high. Ranging to the downside, right? So now we just need to wait for the price to slow down at some point, right? Start slowing down, then we can look for the reversal bounce. But it needs to slow down so you can be confident to take that long position, right? So Japan interest rate don't directly correlate with BTC. The yen carry trade did once 24. Much love, man. Yeah, there's not exact correlation. I think people are actually just saying, you know, this happened, you know, in 24 and 25. Japan, you know, had rate hike and Bitcoin dropped after the next coming days in a couple of weeks by 20-30%. A few times when that happened. So there's not, I wouldn't say there's an exact correlation. Epic short Andy, 88.9k, closed at 86.3. What a legend. What a legend. Andy, do you still hear? Andy, you still here? I'm still here, guys. Can you hear me? I thought you ended like an hour ago. I'm doing a little bit of a marathon today. A little bit of a marathon. Probabilities were leaning for the price to not successfully continue to the upside. Oh my God, volatility ripping here. Do we look for it? Do we look to range for a few hours before a bounce, or a few days perhaps? Only a few hours. I mean, this is the 5-minute chart. Price needs to slow down, right? You got your wave 1, your wave 2, lower high, wave 3. If it is going to be a wave 3, right? Once the price starts chilling here, maybe it sweeps the lows, but it needs to start, you know, instead of going vertical, it needs to start going slightly horizontal, right? And that's where you look for the bounce, right? This is the moment that you look for the bounce, not when you're in a falling knife situation, right? Let the price slow down. And it could SFP. You're looking for levels of support eventually. But yeah, not catching any longs from here is not the best deal. Epic short here, Big Daryl. Woo! In the short from 88.9k. What an absolute legend. You're a legend. This guy, man. 88.9k. Close at 86.3. Leave a bit open, man. It's a good entry. It is a good entry. It is a good entry, so why not leave a bit open for that potential swing short down to 80k? You know, 20%, 30%. Very, very good, my man. Shout out to you, the absolute legend, Big Daryl. Nasdaq will melt. Nasdaq will melt until daily low on Sydney. Everybody is capitulating. Yes, everybody is capitulating. Everybody's panicking. Anyway, on the chart, the probabilities were not too great for the bulls. They did have a chance. It did look okay. It did look okay. Since we got this move down. Ever since we got this movement down, it was not looking too great for the bulls. Of course, you could still range here, claim the highs, and do whatnot. But the probabilities here for more upside, successful upside, were very, very low. So, ever since you formed this movement down, when you get a big wave and you have multiple 1-2s, and if you hit the golden pocket, I mean, that's it. It's over. It's over. It's over for this to successfully go to higher levels. It's over. You're either going to range or you're either going to move down, which is the case. You want that retracement to be shallow. 382 Fibonacci from this low to the high. Continue the momentum. Shallow pullbacks, 382, 50% max. You don't want to hit the golden pocket. You hit the golden pocket after a big move like this, the probabilities flip for the bears, and naturally, what this is the pattern that we would, well, the movement that we were discussing. Zigzag and wave W, your flat, your correction here and a running flat potentially, your wave X, and then another zigzag up, double zigzag, zigzag up, correction, zigzag up. That's a double zigzag, which naturally is a 3-wave structure. Price is starting to slow down here a little bit, but I wouldn't say this is the reversal moment. The slowdown, needs to be a little bit more like this, right? A little bit more where you can see it. Let it, you could arguably discuss yesterday. You got the big drop down, and that's the moment. You can see it there, right? Big volume. Yesterday, on Wednesday it was a bit too quick, right? On Wednesday it was a little bit too quick, but that's where, big volume down, slow down, reversal. It's the same story, guys, but different day. It's going to slow down at some point. It's already getting previous day valley area low is the one that's acting as support at the moment. Let's go. Stuff it. 86, even long here, even long entry. Crypto Cowboy. No slowdown. We're going for a massive pop to 96k. To 96k. 96k. Massive rally from here. I exited too early. That's fine. There's opportunities every day. Woo! Mark Dutch. Legend. The legend of moderators is here. Staff one is manipulation, says Mark Dutch. Much love, man. Just seen you here in the comment section. He's the moderators of the moderators. Shout out to you, brother. Big movement down on Bitcoin right now. I have to say, I did manage to get into a scalp long. I got stopped out of that short. It is what it is. It happens. New opportunities will be around the corner. We did create that cheeky move, which was the one that we were looking at. Some people said, screw that. I'm continuing here this momentum to the downside. The probabilities were higher to move down, okay? So whoever maintained that position, absolute legendary. Guys, remember, if you are interested in trading, bluffing, insane bonus at the moment, $1,000 bonus as soon as you deposit 7k. You're getting $1,000 on top of that, guys. Okay, so take advantage. It is an affiliate link. I do earn a small commission in that, but at no cost to you. Okay, check out bluffing. You just need an email and a password. It's the first link down below, legend. Okay, anybody that's interested in getting into some of the movements that we talk about on the stream, and I do know that Beth Maria Vallejos is in a short position from here because she did confirm that on the stream today, just about an hour ago. I'm still in the short. So she's a happy girl. You see us going to 100k in January. Oh man, maybe in January, maybe in February. Yeah, I mean, I want to, obviously looking for swing longs for Bitcoin is going to be a little bit more challenging. We need, you know, a lot of a slowdown and information, but I will be not only interested in swing long trades below 80k, I'm actually going to start buying spot Bitcoin. I'm actually going to start buying again below 80k. And you might think, well, the bear market's only started, you know, bear market's going to go till October of 2026. You know, I started DCAing on Bitcoin in 2022 when we were breaking below 30k, and you know, we actually went down to 25 to 30k. You know, we went to very low prices. It went down to, what is it, 15k or so in November of 2022. So, you know, I bought below 30k and then it dropped lower. You know, the dip kept dipping, but it makes sense to actually start DCAing below 80k here. At least for me anyway. I'm happy to start DCAing into this zone because there is a macro bullish case scenario that I want to talk about. Okay, let me talk about that macro bullish case scenario on the daily. Let's see if but the idea here for the price of Bitcoin is to potentially be finishing an impulsive move to the downside. And hang on a minute, we'll get this loading. Okay, from the highs, from all-time high, we got a very aggressive move down with the 10th of October massive, you know, capitulation, liquidity scenario that happened on altcoins. Then the bounce. That's it. I know we have a wave to the downside and a bounce here. And this is considering Elliott Wave theory eventually. Elliott Wave theory is, you know, very powerful on the higher time frame to understand, you know, when to buy low and sell high kind of thing. So when, you know, there's two main scenarios here. This is either a 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Fifth wave, you know, we're likely going to get back above 95k once we get below 80k. There's no doubt about it. Regardless if we continue bear market later or not, or we move up from here. This movement is a high probability. You know, a move back up $95,000 after getting below 80k is a high probability move, regardless if we go to 76k or 74k or whatever. It doesn't matter. You know, this breakdown here, to break down successfully to 60k, right, is low probability. You know, to get big continuation breakdown here is low probability. And this, I mean, it's the simple theory is this one. You know, it's the simple theory is as a 5-wave move up. This 5th wave to get massive continuation is you know, they are expanding 5th waves, of course, but that's very rare. Is you know, it will end up at some point, and if you are going to get that correction, it's very common to get below the 4th wave in this case in an impulse on the correction. And naturally, what we would be looking at here is, you know, a 4th wave. This would be your 4th wave. And even higher, right? And that's if this is going to be corrective, because there is a bullish case scenario, which I'm going to explain right away. Of course, you do have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're looking for a bounce finish after claiming 80k. Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, regarding spot or swing longs, this is going to be a very interesting zone to start, you know, to get into swing longs. I'll be interested in swing longs and buying spot Bitcoin. Then you have the other scenario, which is you know, the other one, which you have multiple 1-2s here, which I do have somewhere on the chart. Yeah, there we go. Then you have this scenario, which instead of all of this being a wave 3, you have a 1, 2, 1, 2, and this is your 3rd wave, and then you just have a 4, 5, and a 4 and a 5, but then you get the bounce. So regardless, this bounce is high probability. claiming the low once or twice, you know, the probability of nuking down to 50k, like some people are saying here, is very, very low. You're going to bottom out somewhere in this region and get a nice relief. So, yeah, I mean, with that said, obviously with the investment mentality and also as a swing trade mentality, then this is the zone of opportunity. This is the zone of opportunity beneath the lows of 80k, and this is the zone of, you know, start taking some profits, get back above the lower high. So it's this is going to be long in zone. This is going to be exit zone, at least partially, right? Not all of it, but so that's like keeping it simple on the higher time frame without getting all of the noise. You know, I mean, getting the noise out of the lower time frame, because man, we try and do today. We've done a bit of 1 minute, and it's been I need to get used to it. I used to do a lot of 5 minute, 1 minute. Previous day value area low, daily, back test of the daily today. We did get a bounce and that cheeky SFP from this level, which is like, oh man, I actually preferred this to be a flat. I mean, I said it on the stream, you know, wave 1 in an ABC flat, and then moved down, and it happened, legends, it happened. Anyway, price is slowing down already here, which is nice. Higher time frame scenario. I want to go through the comp section. Give some love to Andy. Smash up the like button. Joe, are you the one that's in the short? Yes, you are. You said that you were in a short still. Absolute legend. Yeah, price action may slow down soon, my man. It will. My partial TP is 85.4. Beatriz Espeño. Much love to you. Mike, what's going on? Do you buy more in depth of the bear? Do you buy more in depth of the bear? Like in the bear market? Anyway, this scenario, there is a disturbing scenario here for the bulls, which is an ABC flat. You know, if we have an impulsive move down, the average Joe eventually is going to think impulse down, this and this, right? Which is, you know, would be kind of in the 4-year cycle theory, right? You're still moving down in 2026 after a relief rally, right? You're testing the 50 weekly moving average, right? 50, we do have it somewhere here, I think. There we go. Let's put it on the chart so it just looks nice. We break down in an impulse, we get the relief rally, 50-week moving average, and then 200 SMA and what's or not. And then we back test it, and we obviously form a lower high and then move down. This would be the natural scenario, thinking that we are in a bear market and we're going to continue the bear market in 2026, even though we get a powerful relief rally. And there is a relief rally that will be powerful, and obviously is going to get people a bit excited. It always happens, right? You get the relief pump that actually pumps $10,000 to $20,000, and then it's you start to question the bear market, right? This relief rally will happen at some point, entering January, maybe February. You just don't, which you're going to start questioning, right? The bear market. Obviously, that's what we need. That's what usually happens. Then, you know, this would be the natural effect. Get that dead cat bounce in the next couple of months, you know, up to the 50% golden pocket zone. This literally happened in the previous cycle before we got the collapse down. I mean, this was a big move back in the day. This was a significant move down. This one right here, from 65k to 45k. I mean, 20k drop back then was big. Yeah, 27% drop. We did get that. I mean, this today is a 40k drop, which is more or less what happened, right? For Bitcoin, this kind of drop in the previous cycle from 65 to 45, 20k drop is, I would say, a 40k drop today. Eventually, after Bitcoin going to 126k, so it's a similar in like percentage wise. A little bit more on this cycle, I have to say, but this relief rally did get all the way up to, it was a pretty nice rally to the golden pocket, 50% golden pocket, 50 SMA. Well, not the 50 SMA eventually, but I would say that we would expect some kind of a bigger relief rally because of the impulse, right? The impulse down, which is coming to the end stages. That's what we've been discussing here, right? Regardless if you get another 4 in 5, or this is your 4th wave and this is your last 5th wave, and then you bounce, or it's 2 4 5s and you bounce. This is the overall question right now. How many times do you claim the lows here because of this structure? The probabilities of rallying here in the next coming months after claiming the lows are very, very high. So the bearish case, we're gonna have to see how we bounce. Let's see how we bounce, how we're moving up. We will detect if it's looking very corrective or if it's looking impulsive. If it's looking impulsive, there is a bullish case scenario on the higher time frame. Somebody asked for the higher time frame, guys, so we need to talk about it. In simple terms, from the low of the bear market in 2022 in November, 1 2 3 4 5. I mean, this is covering the bullish case. You got 1 2 3 4 5, and then this would have to be an ABC in the bullish case, which can obviously get below 80k. It's a running flat, or it can get below 75k, sweep up that higher low, and then enter the bull run. But the bullish case scenario here would literally be looking for a flat structure, because your C wave of a flat needs to be an impulse, which is currently what the market is looking more like an impulsive move down. What people are questioning eventually is, does the bear market continue after the relief rally, maybe go to 60, even 50k, and then, end of 2026, we start, recovering, or do we actually, there's no, the 4-year cycle is broken, right? There's a lot of speculation. Some people are talking about the business cycle, it extends to 2026 and all of that. Well, Raoul Powell and a few other big names, and that scenario would be this one. You formed a 5-wave impulse and you formed a flat. The bear market started in January of 2025, since Donald Trump entered as president. And it's a flat bear market. So in this case, if we move up in an impulse here and we correct down in 2026, which we will manage to detect the probabilities, then look no further. We'll be looking for a 3rd wave breakout here, and we might be going to overall 160, 170k. We'll see eventually. But as explained, the probabilities right now is impulse, likely test the lows in the next coming weeks, and likely bottom out here and get the relief bounce to sweep up above 95k, and maybe even going to 100k or so, and then we'll see how this bounce is giving us that information to be confident. But as explained, I do not know how that bounce is going to be. What I do know is that a bounce in this region is likely going to happen. you know, that is you know, the highest probability to get this rally from 80k to 70k to the upside to above 95k, even above 100k, is high probability. You know, this rally is, we're going to see something like this in the next coming months. So what I do not know is this rally going to be a corrective choppy bounce and then continue down, or if it's going to be a 5-wave move up very impulsively, you know, and then we're correcting down. I'm like, wow, well, this is actually possibly the low, because it had the potential of being a 1 2 3 4 5 ABC flat. And you know, it's true that the 4-year cycle is broken, and we are extending into the business cycle, and you know, all of this speculation, but the chart will give us the information. So I'm not sure if that bounce is going to be an you know, corrective, and we form an ABC, and we do get down to 60-50k, and then we bottom out at some point eventually, and then start rallying to the end of 26, or maybe entering 27. Doesn't matter, you know, we'll buy more Bitcoin if that is the case. But what I do know is that yeah, the rally here is you know, is just a high probability. You know, coming down here to 50k is, from this point, is low probability. So we are looking for that rally. I just don't know if that rally is going to be bullish or bearish. So we're going to have to see. So this is why I'm interested in buying some Bitcoin at below 80k, and looking for swing longs eventually to claim above 95k. You know, maybe even 100k plus. Well, that's anyway, legends, thank you very much for joining today's live stream. You've been absolutely awesome. Meme Cat, it's you from Crypto Cypher. Who's that? Who's that? Let it break. Reclaim a level first. Don't catch falling knives. Make sure to... This guy has been in crypto for a long time. You want to listen to Mark Dutch. He's a legend in crypto, guys. He's been here for a long time. He started as, he was already a moderator when, you know, when I had 1,000 subscribers, and I started in 2020. This guy is an absolute legend. So whatever he says goes to church. What Mark Dutch says, it goes to church. Va misa, as you say in Spanish. Peace out. Much love, my man. Andy, please don't say that would break the 4-year cycle. Strictly speaking, and cycle theory, cycles are measured low to low. What time frame the tops come in determine whether a cycle is translated. Oof, man. Yeah, I know the market, the 4-year cycle theory has been pretty spot on. So there's nothing that has invalidated. I'm just speaking for the people that saying that this 4-year cycle theory is extending to 5 years. There's people out there. I mean, Raoul Power is the one that comes to my mind at the moment, but there are a few. I've seen them on X. Andy, Mark Dutch, you only see the good channels. You're damn right. You're damn right, my man. You're damn right. Higher low again on the daily. Higher low again on the daily. Yeah, I mean this could also be a running flat. Huh? You don't need to claim the lows. A running flat is very much possible. You might claim the lows below 80k, and you double bottom, like really shallow. You don't claim that low, and then the bullish move here in the next coming months, and then, you know, man, the market is here to surprise us, so why not? We consider bullish and bearish case always. We don't stick to only one main scenario. I'm telling you, I'm interested in buying below 80k, that's for sure. Buying, looking for swing longs, because I know that this move is likely. whatever happens next, we'll have to see if it does this or if it corrects and does this. We're going to have to figure out what's happening here. I hope you'll survive. Careful, take some profit. Anyway, bit of a higher time frame to finish here today's stream. It's been epic. Oh, we're getting a little bit of a nice bounce here. On the 5 minute, we slowed down a little bit. Make sure to collect some profits, those shorters. Aggressive long here out of nowhere. We didn't even sweep this low, man. Bitcoin's been cheeky the last few days. For me, it hasn't been easier. It hasn't been last 3-4 days has not been easy for me to get into like solid high probability setups. Last 2-3 weeks has been absolutely awesome, but the last few days they've been a little bit tough. But anyway, always defensive as always. Legends, thank you very much. Remember that down below you do get some awesome perks here with the affiliate link. Okay, for bluffing, I do earn a little commission on this, but at no cost for you. You get $1,000 if you deposit $7,000 for your trading here on bluffing. Great platform. You just need an email and a password. If you don't like bluffing, you do have the decentralized option, which is Velto, guys. Decentralized platform, 0% maker fee, 0.02 taker fee. Very, very good fees here for Velto. Super simple to use, and it's decentralized, no middleman. You have full custody of your funds, guys. That's what people want as well, so take advantage as well on Velto, which they do have very, very low fees. Okay, you got the official platform down below, second link. Legends, thank you very much for joining. Congrats for the people that got into the short. Congrats for the people that got into the long. It's still an interesting long that we got at the back test of the daily. Nice long, nice short. Congrats for the people that did survive, okay, to get into that short and maintain some open. Thank you, Legends, for joining today, and I will see you tomorrow.